my whole life. Probably come to die in this town. Live here my whole life. Never anything to do in this town. Live here my whole life. Never anything to do in this town. Live here my whole life. Probably learn to die in this town. Live here my whole life. Nothing to do, sit around at home, stare at the walls, stare at each other and wait till we die. Stare at each other and wait till we die. Probably come to die in this town. Live here my whole life. There's kerosene around. Something to do. There's kerosene around. She's something to do. There's kerosene around. She's something to do. There's kerosene around. We'll find something to do. There's kerosene around. She's something to do. There's kerosene around. Set me on fire. Set me on fire, kerosene. 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 Set me on fire. Kerosene around. Something to do. Kerosene around. Find 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 something to do. Kerosene around. Set me on fire. Set me on fire, kerosene. 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 Set me on fire. Kerosene around, something to do. Kerosene around, now what do we do? Kerosene, now what do we do? Jump kerosene, now what do we do? Kerosene around, that's nothing to do. Jump kerosene, now what do we do? Never anything to do in this town. Never anything but jump kerosene. Never anything to do in this town. Never anything, jump kerosene. Set me on fire, 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 kerosene. Set me on fire. When Joe comes back, Joe's head will crack. When Joe's head cracks, when that big head cracks, it's welcome back, Joe. Welcome back, Joe. You don't have to be alone, Joe. You don't have to be alone, Joe. Hang with me, Joe. Hang with me, Joe. Hang with me, Joe. You don't have to be alone, Joe. You don't have to be alone, Joe. The Joe is back. Joe is back. Joe's head will crack. When that big head cracks, welcome back, Joe. Welcome back, Joe. Hang with me, Joe. Hang with me, Joe. Hang with me, Joe. Hang with me, Joe. Oh, you don't have to be alone, Joe. You don't have to be alone, Joe. Hang with me, 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 Joe. sublime, I'm sublime. Is there something there behind me? Like a movie, like a movie. I am mesmerized by my own beat, like a heartbeat, like a heartbeat, like a heartbeat. I feel old, I feel cold. I am mesmerized by my own beat, like a movie, like a movie. It's behind me, like a heartbeat, like a movie, like a heartbeat, by your own beat, by a heartbeat, by your own beat, like a heartbeat, 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 heartbeat, like a heartbeat, like a buy a pack of squares. Arrive at the apartment. Confront the investor. Explain the situation. Haven't signed the documents. Bind him to a chair. Handcuff him. Place him face down on a bed. Shoot him once. Remember gloves. Scan apartment. Kill the dog. Kill the dog. Kill the dog. Emphasis. Kill the dog. Kill the dog. Kill the dog. Emphasis. Kill the dog. Emphasis. Kill the dog.
tires. Where I step a weed dies. No smokes with diapers for Pete, king of all detectives. Fall down on your knees, fall down and worship King Dick.
Broken man, my business walks out with a colored man. I have no shame, I'm a hard-working man.
Welcome to the Tim Dillon Show, everybody. We are resuming regular video in 2020. I don't know how many times we have to say that. We know that everybody gets very angry. Video is coming back regular every week in 2020.
People got to beat their meat.
People gotta fucking beat their meat. We get it. It's too windy to shoot outside and too cold in California. So what we're doing is we're going to get a studio. We're looking at a few. We're going to have one 2020. It's great.
Do you think you have not everyone, or even most people, but do you think you have a few people who, and look, some people might be attracted to you and jerk off to you for that reason. But I'm saying more like they like what you're saying and they're just getting into a frenzy, jerking off to, not sexually you, but just the feeling you're evoking.
I would say that a fair amount of people listening to the show are such degenerates and so lazy that they just do two things at once. And they just jerk off and listen to the show. And it's like one has nothing to do with the other.
Yeah.
I imagine a lot of people that listen to the show just spend a lot of their life in one position.
I think I probably jerked off listening to O&A, but like watching porn, but having O&A in the background.
It's just, I've done things like that where you're like, I'm not jerking off to what's going on, but it's just time to get it out.
Yeah.
They're going to people are talking about banning porn.
What?
There's a discussion.
Who's talking about that?
Somebody on Twitter. Nobody really.
That's the thing. You would think like there's no money in porn, right? Like someone's making money, but not much.
There's got to be something.
It's a billion. Is it still a billion? They always say it's $1 billion industry. Is that true anymore?
I don't know.
I know like
a lot of it's free.
You know, the big stars, they have their version of Patreon, their webcam shit.
Yeah.
And like, and you get a pair of their panties or whatever. It's all soiled. It's nice. But like,
how do you know that? From an article you've read?
We had Wendy on years ago.
Yeah, okay. Is that it? That's all from just that episode?
I've never paid. I paid for porn a couple of times.
Right.
I've never paid for like
a garment
or interaction even with people.
Interesting. I would love to pay for you to have an interaction only to watch it start. Only for you to be like, hello?
I think I could pull.
Hello?
I think it would be amazing. I mean, I'm very happy with Lucy.
Are you Jasmine?
But I think it would be interesting. I think she'd be behind it 100%.
Yeah.
To get me to try to pull a webcam girl.
What do you mean pull a webcam?
Like actually like date her.
Date a webcam girl.
Start out paying. But then,
first of all, it goes without saying.
Yeah.
Start out paying.
But then like woo her.
But so a lot of people start out, that is the fantasy.
Right.
Like
that's the whole hook, yeah.
That's the
that's what whores are about. Like, not the whores I was seeing back in the day with prostitutes.
The good ones.
Yeah. Is that like, because they make you think that like you kind of like it.
Right.
That's what they kind of like it. They're into it.
You think that one day she's just going to look at you and go, hey, put the money away. Yeah. Hey, put that money away. I just want you. And there was some documentary I was watching about a guy who has just been paying this webcam girl. And if you know what it is, you can tweet me or whatever, DM me. I forget what it was, but he was paying her for like years, a lot of money. And then she went and spent a weekend with him and it was fucking weird for both of them. Right. She was like, this is weird. And I don't, because they were so used to that digital relationship. She even, I think, maybe wanted to try to give it a go.
Well, he's like, how's school going? Oh, my professor is like, I went, he probably like, I went to college and this and that, and they had something in common maybe.
Yeah.
Or whatever. Like, and it's just like, but that's different than like, I mean, look, you go on Tinder, you go on, I don't know, is there a gay Tinder or is it just Grindr?
There's all kinds of different things.
Point is, you go on these dating apps and like, you strike up a rapport, but like a fraction of those actually work well in the date. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. It's much easier. The barrier to entry is so much lower when you're just online.
Right.
And the idea that something could work. And then when you're with somebody and you're in their physical presence, it's much harder, especially for a prolonged period of time.
Yeah.
It's one thing. A weekend is a long period of time.
Oh, that's insane. That's absurd.
Right. So it's like you could go out to dinner, get hammered, but a fucking weekend.
He should have played it like, hey, I'm going to be in town for the weekend. Maybe we'll get dinner. Not, let's go have a weekend together. And I'm saying, like, lie. But like, see if you can get something going. But the pressure for a weekend, that's crazy.
Yeah, but that's interesting.
I had a girl, like effectively do that after like a first date, but then she got mad because I wouldn't buy her groceries.
When was this?
Years ago. It was like, but basically she, I think she was trying to like, I don't think she had a good living situation.
I'm certain she didn't.
And I think she was,
I would imagine she had a very sad living situation.
she was sleeping in my bed with me.
Yeah.
But she didn't want to have sex yet.
Okay.
She said she was on her period, which is all right. But eventually she let me jerk off like next to her.
And this was one night?
Well, it was like a night. It turned into a few nights.
Oh, so she just really wanted a place to stay.
I think so.
And the furthest you got was jerking off next to her.
Yeah.
Well, that's romantic. And how was she, when you were jerking off next to her, was she laying down? Was she facing?
She was laying down next to me.
Was she looking at you?
She was like she was engaged.
Okay. Was she fully clothed?
No, she had her top off.
Okay.
And
but no touching.
I could touch. I could lick her tits. You know,
Okay.
I mean,
Sure.
that was fair game.
This was what, night 3? She lived there for 6 months?
No, I ended it quick because she was a liar. And
Wait a minute. Hold the phone.
Yeah.
This woman was being dishonest, Raymond.
She had a very dishonest vibe.
She looked at you and she said, I'm going to get over on him.
Right. And I felt that right away.
Yeah.
It felt sketchy right away. And it was
Right.
kind of thing, it was like,
how does it feel sketchy right away? How do you meet her on Tinder?
I we met on Tinder and she's like, we were having a rapport back and forth. We actually got dirty right away. I think she must have initiated because I wasn't the guy to go, hey, you want to see my dick?
Right.
But, we were sending dick pics and stuff back and forth. And then she's like, I think it was at school at the time or whatever. We basically met up at Applebee's. And, I guess we were striking. It wasn't the best date, but she's like, you want to go watch a movie at your place? And I'm like, sure, which is odd. I mean, for on a first date, which was like we met for like half price apps kind of thing. It wasn't like we didn't have like a 2.5 hour.
And she was wowed by the half price apps.
Right. I'm saying
she initiated the movie at your place.
I knew it was like, this seems quick.
Right.
So I was like, but this is the time when I was running and I was, 5 miles a day and I was like in better shape. So, maybe she just wants some pipe.
Right.
Maybe not. I mean, I could fuck. I still can fuck. But I'm saying, like, I was, it's possible. I'm not a bad looking guy in that moment.
Yeah.
And, but it raised a flag. And then we get back to my place. We watch, I think, that Joan Rivers doc.
That piece of work. The comedy doc.
Yeah. And then we ended up, she slept over.
I love that her wanting to go to your home is a red flag.
Well,
like that raised a flag.
Well, it's just very quick. It wasn't like we. Usually, here's the thing. Usually, in my experience, maybe if you have a great jawline and a great body, it's a little more quick. But it's like you're hanging out, you're building rapport. Usually we're drinking, but not like no one's getting super drunk. We're drinking, and you kind of
right.
And usually a few hours goes by.
You're hanging out. A van pulls up. You got a few people in there. You put her in there. It's a practical joke. You explain to her that it's a joke. Everything that's happening is a joke, and that she's going to be okay. And it's okay. And you just say, these are your friends, and they help you move, and you got a moving business on the side. And then you put her in the van, and then you explain to her that it's for her own good that you've restrained her, because people could get hysterical, and she could hurt herself. You just don't want her to hurt herself. So I understand that your usual process, notwithstanding.
It usually is a little more of like,
it's a tug of war, literally.
Tug of war. No, it's just you're having a good time. You're vibing.
I get it. I understand.
And there really wasn't that much vibing.
When I talk to somebody online and they're too eager, I'm like, oh, you're just trying to you want me to send you my bank account info.
Right. And so, exactly, yeah. So, but she ended up like crashing on my bed. And we I think I spooned her. She probably took her top off, whatever. We didn't fuck. That's fine. Like, whatever. I mean, it was quick anyway. It was soon anyway.
Right.
And then I think she left in the morning, and then she the next day, supposedly went to school or work or whatever. She was like, "Oh, you want to hang out?" I was like, "All right." And she came over to my place, and she was like, "Oh, you want to just I don't have anything to eat. Like, you want to go to we can go to the supermarket." I'm like, "All right." So we start picking a few things up to make salad, and then she at one point grabs this really expensive. It was a weird
salad.
Well, I think she wanted a salad.
Okay.
But she bought she was buying this really expensive dressing.
Okay.
This yogurt based dressing.
Ooh.
And she's picking certain things out.
That's when you said,
and then,
that's when you knew.
Well, at that point, we got to the checkout and I basically, I forget exactly how I signaled it, but I was like, she's like, oh, separate? Yeah, separate. Yeah. And she.
Wow.
Yeah. Because I could see, she was she thought I was going to buy everything and she's just picking out her groceries.
this is a real moment in this relationship.
Right.
You are walking around a grocery store with her. And this is where is this?
Would have been like Holbrook area.
So you're, is it Stop and Shop? Or
I think it's a Stop and Shop, yeah.
So you're at Stop and Shop with her.
Yeah.
She starts padding the wagon with high-end items.
Right.
And then now there's no discussion as to who will pay.
Right.
And
but it seems
does it seem like it's for more than just one night?
It seems like she's gonna take this home. In my head, is she gonna take this shit home with her?
But was it more like, would it have just been for one night?
Look, maybe. I wasn't making a ton of money back then.
So you were being really careful.
I was being careful because it just seemed like a weird move. It seemed odd.
Let me explain.
Yeah.
When you're at the cash register and you say separate, how do you decide who's buying what? Because you have one.
Well, I think I picked out certain things. That's the thing. She didn't go, hey, this will be really good. You want to get this? It'd be like, she started picking things out.
Right.
And like didn't discuss it. I was like,
this is day 2.
Yeah. And I think I was saying, I can make this. I can make whatever it would be. I forget what I was cooking at the time. Maybe it was quesadillas or something. I don't know. I was good at making
chili rellena. I mean, this is your famous thing is chili rellenos.
Yeah.
You tell everybody.
I make chili rellenos. It's really good.
Deviled eggs and chili rellenos. These are your two things.
I'm like a little bit of a chef. So, I mean, so basically all these weird things that she was picking out and carrying, I let her buy.
So now when you say separate.
Oh, the vibe. You can see it.
What is
she didn't play her hand.
Now she goes cold.
You could see it went a little cold. But that's not what ruined it. I mean, that might have been the seed that ruined this.
Interesting.
But that didn't.
Now, what ruins it?
So days go by. Look, I mean, I take her to IHOP the next morning. And we both get omelets, right? And then she orders crepes on the side. Now, again, I wasn't making a lot of money at the time.
Now, let me ask you a question. You're ordering an omelet at IHOP because you're doing a high-protein thing. You and her don't decide to split pancakes.
It wasn't just we both got our meals.
Okay.
And then she goes, I want to get crepes on the side. I'm like, okay, that's fine. Like it was more to me. It's more like, it was racking up the price. But I didn't say that.
Right.
It's like kind of like, oh, it's fine. Look, she's cute.
What are crepes? $3?
Like $7 or $8. And here's
$7 or $8.
Here's the thing. I'm not gonna begrudge it to her. I'd rather we don't rack up all these bills, but whatever. I'm not
all these bills. 3 days in.
I'm just
yogurt-based salad dressing, crepes.
I'm just saying. Here's the thing. She doesn't need them.
She doesn't need them.
Eat the crepes. She eats like maybe half her omelet at most.
Right.
She might take one bite of the crepes.
What does she look like? What does this woman look like?
That's just a thin woman.
She's thin.
A thin blonde woman, attractive.
A thin.
A little older, probably getting into her mid-30s and like used to be like hotter and now she's
a thin blonde woman and she's in her mid-30s.
Yeah.
And does she look worn?
She wasn't super warm, but she was, but it was on the good side of almost worn.
Right. She'd seen some maybe late nights.
Well, she claimed she used to run a fashion line in the Hamptons.
Yeah, there's a lot of people make a lot of claims.
Exactly.
There's a lot of
claims. Everything's suspect. Everything like so everything. My point is, so look, she orders crepes, doesn't even eat them, and it's like, oh, what is that? Like that. It's like there was a certain level.
She has none of them. She doesn't even have a forkful.
She might have one forkful, maybe.
Okay.
And to me, it just screamed like, I want to see if you'll spend money.
She's trying to see what kind of man you are at the IHOP.
I guess so. She's trying to judge me by how much crepes.
And how do you handle the situation?
I didn't say anything. I let it go. But it's like it's in the head. It's in my head there. Okay. And then then we go to Starbucks and she gets her coffee and we go and whatever. And
so you paid the bill at IHOP.
Paid the bill. And then we come back to my place. She leaves for the night. I think it was like a Thursday or a Friday. We make plans. I had a photography shoot in Huntington, somewhere in up north in Long Island. That Saturday we were supposed to hang out. And we were supposed to hang out Sunday. That's our plan. We're gonna hang out Sunday because I'm busy on Saturday. So it's probably a Friday, last hour. And so I guess she'd been texting me because we talked about this before. North Shore, Long Island, when we went there, there's no cell signal. You can't get a fucking cell signal.
Not for us, not for Sprint.
No, not for slaves like us. Slavs, right. I meant. So I'm out there, I'm shooting a sweet 16 or whatever the fuck, a wedding. And I guess she'd be like, I basically get, when I get out of there, I get all these voicemails from her, like just cursing at me, calling me a fucking piece of shit for not like, we made plans. And I have to call her back, like, babe, not babe, whatever it was, the sweetie pie.
Sweetie pie.
It's all good. We're going to be fine. I was just like, I had no reception, but it's kind of aggressive. She's kind of an aggressive person. We end up going to a Greek restaurant that I like on Sunday. And she starts ordering zucchini fries and not eating them again. And telling me about this business she used to run.
And that's when you broke her nose.
I mean, that's when I got into the thing of like,
what'd you say?
I called her out.
What'd you say? You got her.
I started like second guessing the business stuff. Like, how did this fall apart? What happened?
Oh, because she pushed with the zucchini fries and you decided to call her out for being a fraud.
Yeah. And then she wanted to go to laser tag, I think. And
how old was she?
36.
And she wanted to go to laser tag?
Yeah.
Okay.
She wanted, at one point I was like, why do we have to go out?
Long Island should sink.
Yeah. Because she kept saying, look, I want someone to date me. And like, what does that mean? Like, we have to do things, activities. And so, so she starts, we had a big, screaming match in the car because I was basically calling her out. I started calling her out about her, how I think you're a fraudulent fashion designer. I don't think you had a business. And you ordered these fries.
Now, what is she firing back at you?
She's saying, you fat piece of shit. You lie, this and that. You cheap fuck. Like, why are you ordering these zucchini fries? Why are you ordering these fucking, these crepes?
This is like you've been married for 10 years and it's day 3.
Yeah.
What a hell.
And I didn't come see you because I wanted zucchini fries. Like, well, why'd you order them? Like, yeah, I'm not made of money.
Right.
And, so basically we got back to my place and she left. And she sat in front of my house for like 2 hours. And I came out at one point, like, what are you doing? You have to leave.
Yeah.
And she's like, I'm on the phone with my mother. I'm like crying. And I'm like, all right. And then...
Do you think she told her mother she thought you were the one? She thought you were a good man?
I mean, I'll be honest.
Do you think like she got on the phone with her mother and she was like, Mommy, I've met a boy. I've met a man named Raymond. And then she had to call her mother up crying and go, he wouldn't let me eat zucchini fries. And
she was telling me how she fucking like, I left this up, but like she'd been telling me the whole time how like her living situation was kind of weird. She was staying in some room and she was going back to school at Suffolk or whatever the fuck.
Right.
And like the landlord was shitty and like, it felt like a scam. In hindsight, it's like, maybe I was, as I'm saying it, like maybe I was being a little cheap.
Right.
Maybe being a little bit skinflint. Who knows?
Yeah.
But I think the vibe was,
you gotta protect yourself.
I don't like being like, I'd rather not get laid than be used.
And that's where we get back to porn.
Yeah.
Is as negative as porn can be and how it can lead to alienation, is it any worse than what happened with you and that woman? Would you both have been better staying at home and having the cyber experience?
I was really good at jerking off to porn at that point. I was really, I had great loads.
Yeah.
I knew how to like just charge it up, like just kind of like stretch it out.
I think there's got to be a happy medium between people saying we should have the government enforce morality, and recognizing that ODing on porn is not good. Excessive consumption,
too much. But
excessive consumption of pornography it has negative effects.
It's also like it is like, I mean, here's the thing. I probably watched too much porn for years, and they say like, oh, it fucks you up. You can't get stimulated. I'm in a healthy, loving relationship. It's very sexual. We're very sexual.
Right.
So I don't know if the long-term effects are as bad as they make them out to be.
Right.
But it isn't the best way to live.
One of the guys that I used to watch on porn went to Iraq and had his legs blown off.
Did he start doing porn again?
I don't know.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, it's just an interesting way. It's an interesting life story.
Sure. Was he on like amateur porn?
No, he was, website. He was like official dude.
And he went to Iraq like to be a soldier?
He was a soldier.
I mean,
and then he just, he lost his legs in the war. So, I mean, this, I don't know.
I mean, support the troops, but not,
I mean, so the idea is.
Did you ever pay him?
No. I mean, I didn't, I'm not paying for that stuff. I'm not stupid enough to fall for that.
I don't mean pay. I mean more like pay, like, at one point,
paywall.
I subscribed to like the Bang Brothers for a little bit, because like, look, now it's a little easier because it's not like I've never watched porn. Now I watch, but not nowhere near as much. But like, you can get full length, like high quality stuff free. But like back then, it was a little more like
You sound like a guy telling like his nephew at Christmas, listen, you can get full length, high quality stuff free. You don't need to spend any money. You don't know how good you kids have it. I used to have to pay money. I was a subscriber to Bang Buff. You don't have to be a subscriber.
Well, the thing, I mean, like at that point, it was a little more. I mean, if you're really savvy, sure, but it was a little more of a hassle to like, unless you wanted to watch a 4-minute clip. Here's the point. Even I know it's fake, and I know it's like not actually a job interview that turns into fucking. But I still like the story. I still like the
to do the fantasy or whatever. I think I was just performing in Bridgeport, Connecticut, and I think what's funny about some of these moral questions is they are luxury questions to debate. Just the idea of like people debating like drag queen story hour at libraries or whatever, or which has inflamed people. I mean, it's like. To me, I'm like, it's people in wacky costumes reading the kid. I don't, it doesn't seem to be.
Oh, like a library?
Yeah, it's like that's the thing that that's a new cultural issue that's like driving everyone insane is like drag queens reading to kids at libraries.
I'm not making a verdict here or whatever, but doesn't it seem weird that like for all the appropriation talk and all the and like and the self-eating left kind of thing, that like no one's like you would think the trans people would have gone after the drag queens by now. And go, well, and like
I'm sure there will be
no friction. Though.
I'm sure they will. I don't know. I tend to think that it's drag queens should not be reading to kids, not because they're inherently degenerate, but just because it's fucking boring and like you should be doing other stuff that's funner and cooler.
It also seems forced and weird.
It seems forced and weird.
Like, why would like it's like why like have a dominatrix or have there's nothing wrong with that either. Like there's nothing wrong with being a dominatrix.
No, I mean it would be weird if a dominatrix had a reading program in a school. It'd be odd.
The idea of a drag queen outside of the drag, because that's the thing about drag queens, they don't really live like that, right? They only do it when they do drag.
I think some of them don't. I think what bothers people about it.
But if you do live like that, aren't you like basically trans? Isn't that more the term? Because drag queens,
forget the terms. Doesn't matter. Forget the terms.
My point with drag queens is like. It's a performance thing, and I get it. It's a tradition,
but
whatever.
Right, but they're
so you're taking it out of that realm, but you put it into a different realm. It's weird.
Well, their realm is whatever they want it to be. I mean, they host shows on television. They're. It's not just
about dragging.
Yeah, but it's not just a nightclub. I mean, I think drag queens are people that exist in the world. Like anyway, now, a lot of them do not choose to live their whole life in drag, but. The drag economy is huge. I mean, people are into it and people go to the show. I mean, the shows do very well. There's a lot of
I've been to a drag show. It's very nice.
I mean, it used to be very funny. I said on the Shane Gillis episode that like now what's funny is like they're making drag queens into moralists, which I think is insane. But the idea is that it's sexualizing this drag queen story hour sexualizes kids. I don't know if it does or not. I will say this. It seems like it is forced.
Yeah.
It does seem like there's an agenda, and it does seem like, I will say that drag isn't inherently sexual. It's more, to me, it seems like more of like costumes. Like, does anyone want to fuck a drag queen? I don't know.
Some people, yeah.
Maybe.
But no, but I get totally. 100%.
To me, it's not a sexual thing. It's like a goofy.
Of course. And that's the problem. If you don't go so far as go, you're sexualizing children, because then you have to like the legitimate, well, no, we're not. Like, but the real thing is more like, I don't have to explain this to my 5-year-old kid. It's just complicated. It's more because it's complicated and annoying. It's not because like I think there's anything wrong with you.
Yeah.
But maybe you should. But like it's also like, it's just like. They'll figure it out in time, but it's a little young to like even like.
I'm not a guy that has a strong opinion either way, other than it does seem forced to me. It seems weird. I've been heavily critical of the idea that that young prepubescent or even pubescent children should transition with the help of doctors and take hormones. I've said that is, I think, tantamount to child abuse in the sense that you're taking a very young child and, enabling them to make decisions that will affect the rest of their life. Right. They may not want those.
Look, now that we have a more permissible social structure, they can study it for like 15 years and see how it turns. Because like maybe 15 years ago, look, it really is. We can really say that like 99% of these people never change their mind and go, maybe they should be allowed to. Like, but like it really is kind of like it seems at this point jumping the gun to just start giving hormones.
It's jumping the gun, and I also think that a lot of the people that supposedly would have, a lot of the people that don't transition turn out to just be gay. Like, you know what I mean? Now, I have always said that I don't think giving hormones to children, I think that's wrong. And but again, if the kid wants to dress up like a girl, fine. I don't care what, listen, if you're a parent and, I don't think stifling your child's expression is the right way to go. I think that only will make things more difficult later on in their life. I just don't think that you should be giving them hormones.
That's the thing. It's like, look, should we have started to make this more acceptable years ago? Sure. But that being said, we haven't. And like, let's not just rush to like, same thing with the whole trans in fighting and sports. It's like, maybe eventually we can figure this out. Maybe when they transition earlier people, they won't have the same level of testosterone. It won't be as uneven. But give it time, and for now it's like maybe some people just get screwed over and can't do MMA professionally.
Too much right now doesn't make sense, and I think the problem is you're seeing a real backlash against gay people, and trans people because you have a very politically active wing of whatever you want to call the LGBT community that is redefining so many things at once, gender, biology, who can play what sports and compete against who. It's really this much change at this pace. People are becoming very uncomfortable with it. And the whole thing is they're like, what's interesting is a lot of the dudes that I meet or I'll talk to and go out with are guys that either are not out of the closet or they're just they're out to a few people, but they're not public about it. Right. Some of it is because maybe there's more fluidity in sexuality, but I think some of it is like they're like, well, I don't want to make this my whole identity because I don't. Then I'm forced to be in this position where I have to co-sign all of these other things that I don't agree with that are being shoved down everybody's throat.
Well, it's like the women thing, or like women in media kind of thing. Because look, you had Ridley and Alien, you had Mia Jovovich in Fifth Element. You have a certain amount of like female protagonists. There's a couple, Sarah Connor and Terminator.
I love that this will have nothing to do with the conversation. Like,
no, but my point is,
you know how it is.
No,
you got Mila Jovovich.
People aren't against it, but it's when you start to try to do. We're gonna make Lady Ghostbusters. We're gonna make like Star Wars is really even some of this Avengers stuff. It's never good. Like my point is, it's never the people who are like making it their point to like get this representation. First of all, they're not regular people. They're people in power who are like have an agenda, and what they force is never really reflected by the women. Never seem to, when they really talk to them, don't seem to like it. I think it's probably, I can't speak for the gay community, but I think a lot of this stuff isn't representative of the gay community, like the extremes. It's like it's like the stuff you force.
Nobody wants this. Nobody. This is a small group of people who are pushing a lot of this stuff. Yeah. They're not people you rarely bump into them. Right. They're not they're people that occupy positions of power and feel that pushing this narrative and this agenda is a way for them to solidify their power. Yeah. That is what it comes down to.
Sure. And there should be plenty more representation across the board, but it does.
I mean, it's shocking to me that there's not more athletes that have come out of the closet. That there are not more actors that have come out of the closet. And I know behind the scenes that there's a lot of people that identify as either gay or bisexual that are not coming out of the closet. One of the reasons is because I think there's such a politicized identity. There's a lot of gay people that just go, I just want to be a human being. Right. And there's such a politicized identity to it now where they're like, well, wait a minute. Why am I now have to be for third trimester abortion?
Right. Like, I mean, look what they did to Kevin Spacey when he came out.
Yeah. I mean, this is a man who lived his life helping children make, what do you think? It's an interesting question. I was in Bridgeport. My point about these luxury things, I'm in Bridgeport. Bridgeport, Connecticut is a sacrifice zone. It is 1 in 43% chance of being a victim of property crime, 1 in 112 or something percent chance of being a victim of a violent crime. It's like an abandoned city.
Does it seem like what you call a slum, or does it seem like a suburb that's just rotting away?
It's worse than a slum. It's the next step. It's basically you have an urban area, a city center that has been pretty much abandoned.
Right.
All of the buildings, it says available everywhere. And then you see, there's a couple of crackheads walking around, this, that, and the other thing, but it's desolate.
Right.
It's abandoned. And I was talking to my friend's father, and my friend's father said that, Sikorsky Helicopters is the biggest employer in that whole area of Connecticut. They employ I think they have one facility that employs 8,000 people, and then they have another facility that employs around 2,500. And then a lot of the feeder companies that make the parts for Sikorsky Helicopters. And he said to me, he goes, listen, Bridgeport has been bad for 30 years because a lot of those factories moved down south. But he goes, the reality is if Sikorsky Helicopter leaves, this entire area becomes like a little Detroit.
Right.
He goes, we have massive problems, you know? It's amazing to me how many areas are reliant on one or two corporations, and that if they go away or if they automate even half their jobs, you're looking at serious economic.
Well, it's like half of upstate, isn't it? Most of it probably.
Yes.
Because probably Bridgeport was never anywhere as big as Detroit.
Right.
But I think a lot happened to a lot of upstate, a lot of probably the Midwest too. Detroit's remarkable just because how big it is and how widespread. But I think a lot of this country's already gone through a lot of, those scenarios.
100%. And that's when you start looking at wow, a lot of these, whether we're talking about morality, which certainly, listen, those conversations have a place, but it's so funny to me that down the road, we might be like, oh, remember when things were good?
Right.
We were arguing about drag queens and reading in libraries.
Well, it's crazy that the only candidate really talking about
is
it.
Yang.
Yeah. And
he's a goofball.
Yeah.
He's the only guy that seems to be like, guys, the problems are so deep.
Yeah.
And they're not necessarily given easily to political solutions.
Right. And even his solution, it's like $1,000 a month. And it's like, oh, this might not even even we kind of know it. That's if he's right, that ain't going to work probably.
It's probably not going to work. But what he is doing is he's at least said, here's the problem.
One thing, it's this weird thing. I was talking to the Uber driver on the way here because we're talking about how bad Uber's doing, how they keep losing money. And I'm like, they're spending $400 million a quarter on R&D. It's they can probably they can make self-driving cars. We're assuming.
Yeah. Where is that $400 million going for research?
What else could it be? I mean, researching. GPS.
What are they researching? Where people get drunk and need Ubers?
It's like at a certain point, and he's a guy in his 60s, and I'm the one saying he should be in my shoes, but I'm saying at a certain point, me, I have a free market-ish kind of background. I'm not libertarian per se, but I'm saying, at a certain point, why
you're not good looking enough to be a Marxist or a fascist?
Fair enough.
That's the reality.
But at a certain point, why can't we just outlaw certain technology if it's that disruptive to the public good, to the general good? That because truck drivers, why are we going to allow an entire industry of people who are the most vulnerable?
Why can we not legislate progress or the pace of progress?
Sure.
That's pretty much your question.
I mean, look, it's not that we have a free market anyway.
We don't.
The only time we err on the side of the free market is when we liquidate jobs.
So here's the arguments that are going to be used. They're going to say if we legislate the pace of progress in one industry, it could have unintended consequences in other industries, things like healthcare, where I'm just telling you what the arguments are going to be. And they're going to say, hey, if Uber can't automate their cars, then how are we going to get this vaccine to you when you need it? I mean, these are going to be the arguments.
My response is, can you at least take your dick out of the kid before you say that?
Right.
What are we doing here? What is this?
They'll be making that point on an altar, on an altar during a black mass. They take their mask off. They're like, here's the point, dummy. Do you have any idea the percentage of money that this healthcare system pumps into R&D? Speaking of sacrificial altars, I went to New Haven. I walked around Yale. I'd never been to Yale.
Oh, nice.
Have you ever been to Yale?
What do you think?
Okay. The point is, first of all,
I spent a semester there.
I want to go. It was like Goodwill Hunting, but the guy's really an idiot, you know?
Who let you in here? Yeah. Why? What are you writing? What are you writing on the board?
You're just writing nothing.
You're drawing dicks.
Listen, I'm an unrecognized genius. I've been cleaning the school for a long time. And then they're like, all right, let him write. Then you just start writing incel. You know, the liberation of women.
Becky's and fucking Stacy's. Stacy's got to fuck Becky's now.
What? I wanted you to, so bad to be there because I wanted you to, I wanted to film you outside the Skull and Bones tomb. Me and you, I wanted somebody to film us yelling, you think you're better than me. There was something to me that was so funny about that idea of you being like, you think you're better than me? You think you're better than me? Mr. Rothschild Rockefeller.
Here's the thing. I don't think that anyone gets called. Like, it's not like a Bush, George W. Bush gets a phone call and they arrange to have us removed. But you think there's like, look, a lot of them become presidents or senators.
By the way, the idea that anyone has to like remove us from what? That's a great question. Remove us from what? You know, my plan to broadcast from somewhere outside of Tampa in 2 years. Like,
I meant like from the tomb.
Oh yeah,
but my point
there'll
is
be security. There'll be.
But like, I do feel like, look, a lot of them become presidents and presidents of Goldman Sachs or whatever.
Presidents of something.
Yeah, and there's got to be at least a couple who hang around campus though.
Well, so I looked up. So the Bonesmen. There was I think it was around 2000 and I don't know. But Facebook made a lot of photo albums public that were once private. So then there was just this photo album of all these Bonesmen, supposedly Bones kids.
Bones kids?
Well, Yale Bonesmen, whatever you call them. But, not older people, like, new inductees or whatever. And they there's this upstate New York, there's this island, Deer Island, which is a private Skull and Bones island. It's kind of a dump, right? But these kids and probably older members of the thing, they all go there together. The thing about Skull and Bones is I actually think, and from having Russ Baker on the show and all that stuff, it is just a fraternity of the wealthiest people in the world.
Right.
That being said, I'm sure within it there are constellations of power.
Sure. But also, that ain't nothing.
That ain't nothing. No, it ain't.
A fraternity of the wealthiest kids in the world.
Yes, and they are laying in coffins and drinking fake blood, and there's mock sacrifice. I'm always in this thing, Bohemian Grove, mock sacrifice. Skull and Bones, mock sacrifice. Why are we doing all these mock sacrifices?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, here's the thing.
Here's my example. Sure. I look at menus of restaurants I'm not going to eat in all the time, and I have a mock meal.
Right.
I look at what I'd order, but I'm fat.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I really eat a lot of the time.
Right.
So the idea that you're like just mock, it's always a mock sacrifice.
Right. No, it's a metaphor. It's a metaphor. Here's the thing. How many other fraternities are there at Yale? Probably
Scroll and Key, Wolf's Head. There's a lot of elite.
Let's just say 10 elite fraternities.
Yes, 10.
If you're in any one of them,
yes,
you're almost controlling the world.
You're doing something.
You're maneuvering.
I'll tell you what.
You know how many friends I know from college? I don't think I remember. I one. He runs a bread route from Martin. We're not.
I have lobster salad from Sable's, by the way. And I wanted you to bring potato rolls. I have great lobster salads from Sable's uptown. Phenomenal. But
the point is, like, so the idea that, like, one step more, no, we're in the most weird elite one and we do weird shit. Yeah. So you can call it, like, of course, this is like, you're already rich kids who have, like, influence. It's just like Skull and Bones isn't the nexus of power. It's just the Facebook of nexus of power.
Yeah,
it's just their social media back then.
Yeah, it's just what it is.
Right.
And it's just the way, it's the entrance point
right
into a world. So I looked at these because I looked at the pictures of these kids and they just look like college kids, diverse college kids, women, everything. On the site. So I started looking up some of them in their LinkedIns and everything. It's kind of funny. Like some of them are like SJ Dubs. I think it's hilarious. The Skull and Bones SJW is great.
Right.
And I bet that's actually a thing.
Yeah.
Like the kids are like, I'm an activist, but you know what I mean? They truly believe they're making the world better.
I mean, what was David Who is David Rockefeller's grandson? He's a global warming activist.
Who is it? Yeah, I don't know
his name. But the point, the Rothschild kids are like, they have some shit they're fucking trying to save the world with.
Right.
It's like,
they're stomping around in dirty white Converse shoes.
It's like, we need to start doing better so that they don't remove us from power.
Yes.
That's what it is. Like, no, Grandpa was able to, like, fucking strip mine Africa.
I just love it's like, how do they square, how do they make it all work in their head?
Because they look, best case.
Yeah.
And I don't think they fully believe it, but no, because someone has to make it better, and they have their hands on the wheels of power or close to it, and it's like we need to bring the mechanisms of power into the 21st century of equality,
right,
and anti-slavery, and anti-racism.
Right, we need to make the world better. We're gonna make the
stable.
world stable.
We can't let it's all gonna go to shit. It's all chaos.
How great would it be?
Riots.
I want me and you to do a show at Skull and Bones where we get up there in the dark because we can't see anyone in the group. Now, I want to pitch this to Yale. I'm dead serious. Now, of course, this is not going to happen because they employ several levels of people to make sure nothing like this ever happens, ever. But the idea...
They wouldn't even let Chomsky do this.
The idea... Just go with me for a second. Chomsky is not funny. The idea that me and you come out on the stage, okay? We have like top hats. Go with this. The kids, the bonesmen, they're all in whatever. They're in their coffins, in their seats in the dark. We come out on stage... and we do our bit. We do our hour, you know?
Right.
We cover the Long Island Diner, the Luciferian Elite. Yeah. You know, you go on about Kermit Roosevelt for a while. We do our whole hour, and then we just get out of it. Maybe we have a dance routine at the end.
Sure.
You know, something fun for everyone, and we can be compensated, but I would do it pro bono. Mm-hmm. I would just do it for the experience of doing it. I just don't think that it's sad, Raymond, that they don't have the sense of humor. That's what saddens me.
I think
about these snowflakes and Skull and Bones.
Who's very popular right now in comedy? Like, who's like Kevin Hart?
Yeah, I would say him. Sure.
You know, I mean, like, you know, Fluffy. What were the big people? Really, Amy Schumer. They can get any of them.
Yeah, but they don't even want. They can get any of them.
But from their perspective, like people like that don't want. They don't think anything's funny.
Kevin Hart wouldn't waste his time there. They can't afford him. The point is that.
You think they can't afford him?
They could, but they wouldn't. And he's one of those dudes who doesn't. My point is our act is for them.
Sure, but
Kevin's
my thing
act is not for you.
Isn't part of their thing? Of course it's not. But isn't part of their thing that they don't really care about whatever the art is? They just want the prestige. We had Kevin Hart come down,
but they
while we
can't
were in
talk
coffins.
about any of it anyway. This is my point. Do you see my point now?
Interesting. Okay.
It's all the same when you can't talk.
Right.
There's a soft piano.
Everything feels good in the dark.
There's soft piano. Me and you come out. We're doing something. It's pretty choreographed, okay? We're for bigger bent. We're pretty light on our feet.
Yeah.
Not quite Jackie Gleason, but we're pretty damn good.
Yeah.
You know, we're doing a little thing, a little soft shoe.
Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling.
Hello, my right. Nobody likes that. Nobody thinks that's funny.
They might like it.
I mean, I'm just putting it out into the world because a lot of people listen to this show, and maybe you're in Skull and Bones and you're afraid to reach out to us, but don't be.
We have a picture of Stalin up on the projector.
Yes,
you got a friend in me.
Yes. Now I like the way you're thinking.
Thank you.
We do a whole, you know. You see,
it's like Stalin, Genghis Khan, and it's like, we are the world, we are the children.
Yes, this is what I'm going for.
Right.
Just it's a fun romp. That's all.
Yeah.
And then
I think we should.
I'm just saying.
Look, we broached this idea.
I know somebody that knows someone who works at Yale. I have floated this idea, and the response I got was no.
You have a manager, you have an agent, but we've broached the idea of
but
me.
They're not creative. These fucks.
But we've broached the idea in the past of me for certain purposes being your agent.
Sure.
I will negotiate with Yale.
Yes.
I will get them on the phone. I will make threats.
Well, yeah, and the idea, just because my agent's husband listens to this, this was not a serious consideration. There would be my agent, but there would be nothing funnier than having you negotiate on my behalf. Being like, listen, here's the reality. Listen, the money you need to understand what we're going to deliver.
2 words, Murray Rothbard.
You've never seen a show like we're going to.
Fractional reserve banking, we got to talk about it.
This is like the circus when you could hit the animals, you know? When things ran efficiently.
You want to stick things in us?
Yeah. Pete.
It's all game. It's all game.
I mean, there's something I like about the idea of, I always wanted to be an elite, Raymond. I've always wanted to be an elite, but I was fat and I came from Long Island.
You want it too much.
I know.
You got to take a cue from me.
I'm too hungry.
You got to take your foot off the pedal a little bit.
Because you present as homeless, and disturbed.
But did you ever see that movie with Joe Pesci where he's a homeless guy at Harvard?
No.
That's the vibe I'm going for.
No, but I did see The Irishman. I wanted to kill myself. So the reality is, I'm just saying, these Skull and Bones guys, what do you think it's like to be in an institute? You get tapped, Skull and Bones. I mean, I went to Nassau Community College.
Well, what's interesting is so Bush's kid gets in. Kerry's kid gets in.
Bush's daughter doesn't want to be in. She got tapped. She said no.
Do they have a lot of females?
They have females now, yes.
But look, that's the interesting thing. There's a couple levels here. Because it's like there is that elite crop. What is the level? What is the more marginal? Who are the guys who earned their way into Skull and Bones?
The guys who stole Geronimo's skull, like Prescott Bush and things like that.
Was he the first? He was the first Bush to get.
I think he's one of the first classes of people.
You know what I'm saying? No, my point is it all legacy, or some of these people?
No, people are in their way. There are people that are looked at as leaders. They go, this person's going to be a leader for whatever reason.
So those guys are interesting, but also is it the same way when you know about the Navy, the Navy SEALs aren't called Navy SEALs. It's Dev Grew and there's a SEAL Team 6, but it's not really SEAL Team 6 anymore. They changed the thing. So is Skull and Bones even the thing anymore? If Jenna Bush is going, I don't want to be a part of this. Is there something else? Is there just Bahamut's social club or whatever? That's
Hey, you Bonesman, I'm actually in Bahamut's social club. I'm just saying, the idea of being an elite, forget the secret society, just the idea of being at Yale, going to Yale.
I think here's the thing.
I have no friends that are elites. I
don't think it's great.
Remember, I told
George.
You. I think
George Bush Sr., the first, Prescott Bush, or the Walker Bush, whatever.
Who cares?
The one who's in the CIA director, first President Bush. I think because his role in the CIA and probably killing Kennedy and getting Nixon, he enjoyed the work. But I think with most of these guys, you look at a guy like Hitler, you look at a guy like Stalin. Stalin was a criminal. Hitler was whatever the fuck. He was a fucking soldier who turned into a fucking degenerate.
Yeah, let's just keep that quote. Stalin's a criminal, Hitler's a soldier. Let's just that's going to be great for the new podcast app transcription service.
No, I'm saying he was a degenerate artist.
Yeah.
My point is these guys didn't come from elites. But the people who really want to go crazy transforming the world in their own image usually don't seem to come from these circles. Right. So it does seem to be
Raymond, I've never been invited to someone's compound. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I have no friends that went to Ivy League schools.
You never show up to a party in high school that you weren't invited to?
Yeah, Ray, it's a Long Island party. It's a different story.
We make a fucking nice mac and cheese. We make a fucking quiche.
I know, but I'm saying that so you're saying that's the way we should get in?
We make something nice.
You show up with a quiche?
We bring a bottle of champagne.
Now I like the way you're talking. But don't you ever say, I just want to be, listen, I'm in the inner sanctum of comedy, and I realized how much it sucks.
Right.
Then it's not that it sucks, it's just different from the rest of you guys. All of you out there that think that it's going to be a certain way, once you get in these groups, it ain't that, it's not what you think, right? It's just what it is, Sometimes you'll be around people, and you'll be like, oh, this is somewhat different than I'd imagined. I just want to know, I wonder if you burrow into the elite sanctum, the inner sanctum.
I don't think they like it. I don't think, except for the guys who are actually with the hands we
have a lot to offer, Raymond.
I'm saying, but we would. That's the point.
Right.
That we're not trying to preserve anything.
Right.
These guys, look at a guy like Jeff Bezos or a guy like Bill Gates or Steve Jobs. They're disrupting and becoming rich and pushing out the old people.
Yes.
And the more power, or when Rockefeller and Carnegie.
So is that why they won't let us in? They're afraid of us? I'm trying to follow your logic, Raymond.
Well, my point is,
yes, they're afraid of us.
They are afraid.
We're better than them, Raymond.
We could do a better job. But
we could do it all.
But the point is, their job is to preserve the wealth that came before them.
They can't let us in because we're charismatic and they fear us.
Yeah. And they can't use us because no one likes us and we're not attractive.
Exactly. That's interesting. They can't really blackmail us or use us in any sexual way.
They can fuck us, but whatever.
We'll let them fuck us. Yeah. Interesting. But they can't really use that because we'll just let people fuck us. Doesn't really matter.
Hey, right. Dale Carnegie fucked me. What is it? That's how Charlie Rose. He's like, what? Who are you?
Is Dale Carnegie still alive?
No, I don't think so. I read his audiobook years ago. How to Win Friends and Influence
I just
People.
love it. That's what your character at Good Will Hunting writes on the chalkboard. Dale Carnegie fucked me. They're like, let's take a look at this theorem that he came up with. What did he write? He wrote Dale Carnegie fucked me. That's what he came up with. But here's my whole thing. I've always had a fascination with the elites.
Right.
They've never had that fascination back with me.
I mean, you're very good at crowd work. I don't know if
I have material too.
I know, but
Don't say that. You say it.
Well, that's not, no. I mean, an
Good
elevator.
jokes.
You have great jokes. I love, your Navy SEAL bit is great. Like,
It's a fun one.
All your bits are your Epstein bits great.
They're fun.
Point is, I don't know if they value that as much as we do.
Interesting.
I think they tend to.
Now, here's the thing. They all can't be fucking and eating children.
No, but they're fucking like grown women or men.
Right. They're doing something.
They're doing like, look, when you you know more. Like, you haven't dealt with the elite, but you've dealt with rich drug addicts a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't it seem like compared to the way you enjoy drugs, they enjoy it less?
Correct.
Yeah. Like, it's a little bit less,
they enjoy everything less.
there's less thrill to it.
Yeah, they enjoy everything less.
Yeah, so
good point.
There's a numbing effect, and I'm not one of these idiots who's saying it's better to be poor,
Right.
but I'm saying
let's not say that.
But my point is, like, I don't think that they appreciate it. They would kill themselves if they became poor, but
Right.
but they don't have the context to really get a thrill out of it, or to enjoy the way that you berate. If Prescott Bush's grandson, whoever he is, Archie Bush, whatever, was in the Pierce Bush was in the car with us when you're yelling at a Taco Bell worker for leaving out your nacho cheese, I think it's hilarious.
Yeah.
We threatened to attack, but and jump through the window.
I want the best for people.
Yeah.
And when I see them not performing their tasks,
Right.
and listen, I only yelled Ray because she laughed at me.
She just didn't understand you.
She laughed. You knew she laughed in my face.
Right. Well, you
She was
said
laughing
you
in
want.
my face.
I think she laughed because you said I want nacho cheese because I want to dip my apple slices in it,
No,
which you meant whatever it was.
No.
What you want to do?
This is why the bagel guy was not that wrong.
Yeah.
There are people that she just laughed at me. She thought I was funny, and I was not trying to be funny.
She thought you were nothing to worry about.
And and I just went at her, and you make a whole big deal out of this. You keep bringing it up.
No, it's a fun. I liked it.
You're
an unpredictable guy.
She was really starting.
She was terrible.
She was a terrible person.
Yeah.
She's probably an MS-13. So she has nothing to fear from me.
Right.
But now that I'm recounting this, I understand why many of the elites would not be a party to this.
Right. Like, they're just going to be like, can you shut me off? Like, they're not going to. I
Right.
enjoy your company.
Right.
They don't like unpredictability. You're a little bit of a wild card.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess that's what it is. I'm a little bit of a wild card, and so are you.
Yeah.
But we should be proud of that.
I am proud.
That's what America is.
I'm trying to stick it to these guys.
We're American, and you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
We're American. It's interesting to me when you walk around a Yale and you go, these people aren't better than us. I don't believe they are better than us. Now,
No.
some of them are, but I think we're as smart as they are.
I'm smarter.
We're smart. You are smarter. You are smarter. But I feel like we just lack discipline. We lack. What would have had to happen in our lives? Think about this.
Yeah.
For us to have gotten into Skull and Bones. We never had a shot.
No, I mean, look,
Right.
even if I got into Yale, like,
Right.
I think, look, they look at you, because our parents, for them, are poor.
Yeah.
Like, because, I mean, they look at us probably worse than, like, scholarship. Like, lower-income people who get scholarships, like, pure, like inner-city people.
Yeah, our parents are.
We're worse than that.
We're worse.
Yeah, to them. I mean, I think our level, like, what they think of as poor is people whose parents are, like, successful surgeons.
Right.
Or, like, they own a small company and aren't the president of an international bank.
Right.
Like, so I don't know that even if we got in, I mean, we'd have to do something like decapitate a statue. Like, or like, is that what
Yeah, we'd have to really make a name for ourselves.
We'd have to burn down the food court or whatever they call it. We'd have to, like.
Imagine we burned down the food court because we thought it'd get us into Skull and Bones. We just ended up in jail. Like, what are you, idiots? We wanted to make a statement. We burned down the food court thinking we were going to get tapped in the fucking skull and bones. And now we're in jail. Can somebody please, and my dumb fans are all going to, by the way, do this. And can somebody please DM me anonymously and tell me about how they got into Skull and Bones or Scroll and Key or Wolf's Head or any of the opportunities? Make an Instagram account. Just DM me anonymously. Now, I know what I've just invited, and I know that it's just going to be a million people calling me fat. But please, seriously, if you are serious about it, do a dummy account. We'll never know who you are. Just DM me and tell me how it happened. I'm curious. And right.
To grease the wheels.
You
can fuck us.
You can fuck. Listen, you want to come in here and fuck us? You can fuck us. Even if you need a real human sacrifice, so many of our friends will gladly be sacrificed by you.
Look. What am I going to do? Go to the bar every night?
Right.
Keep making my podcast. Please listen to my podcast more. Maybe I won't feel this way, but it's like, it's starting to feel like.
Listen, here's the deal. If you let us in for just a week, sacrifice us.
Yeah.
Sacrifice both of us.
It's a great ending.
It's a great ending. Let us in, show us how it really is, and then light us on fire. Now, what if they did that and they go, this sacrifice won't even appease the gods? Like, it won't even, we can't even do this.
He's actually going to get mad at us.
Yeah. You give us this.
Like, hey, we sacrifice young virgins. What do you slops, you fat
The
fuck.
occult shit is weird, though, right? I mean, it is interesting, but it is weird.
A little.
There is some weird shit going on.
Yeah, of course, look. I mean, Washington, D.C., the amount of symbolism.
Yeah, it's super weird.
And I'm not saying, you don't have to go that far to go like, oh, is it designed like a pentagram so it can channel energy from Satan? I don't know, maybe. But at the very least, it's just weird.
We do enough evil shit, whether we're challenging.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like.
Well, that's the thing. That's the same thing with like, why does it matter if the kid fuckers are wearing goat heads?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Why does it matter if like the George Washington statue is designed after Bahamut?
I think what it is what it does is that just it here's what it really does. It illustrates how wrong you could have gotten everything.
Sure.
That's what I think.
I think it's also, do you think it's anything to the idea of like they wanted to let the Pope know, like, don't even fuck around?
There's something to that.
Like the Vatican at that point was still more, also the Church of England.
Yeah.
Do you think it was a certain level of like.
There's absolutely that type of paganism was a way to.
Because the Enlightenment did kind of play with secularism and all that. Like, and the symbolism of Freemasonry was like about Enlightenment. But maybe it was also like, hey, like Church of England or fucking Pope, like we got our own thing going on here.
I think part of it was 110%. Nick Bryant said it perfectly. He's like, some of it is optics and the appearance of things, and he goes, some of it is not. There are some people that are, really occultists that are deadly serious about it, and who's who? Very hard to know.
No, who knows what rank they are?
Who's very hard to know because me and you have been kept completely out of every circle of other than the comedy, the elite, and here's what because the elite in comedy, I've been allowed into that circle, just seeing some of the funniest people in the world, and it's not necessarily what you would think, right? It's just not what you would think. It doesn't mean it's better or worse. It's just kind of different.
Right.
So I wonder if you got it. I'm sure the Skull and Bones kind of sucks. I'm sure because you know what? Nobody in Yale's really that good looking. I was walking around looking at Yale. I'm like, these kids aren't that hot because they're smart. They're not that hot.
Well,
I mean, San Diego State, much hotter.
This is like, you're kind of saying, I know you've dealt with executives and all sorts of people, but like calling these people the elite of comedy is like calling Coltrane the elite of jazz. Like, yeah, he was, but like that doesn't mean he's the most talented ever, or one of them. But like doesn't mean like the talent is never the quote unquote elite. It doesn't really go hand in hand.
Interesting.
Like the elite are people like David Geffen, who runs the record industry.
Well, you understand what I mean. What I'm saying is that I've had a vantage point to see comedy at its highest levels, but really nothing else. I mean, I have nothing else. I've read about a lot of other things, but the only rooms that I've ever been in where I've seen some of the top people in an industry have been in comedy.
Sure, but you're still not like in a closed room with Lorne, like and
no,
like,
but I'm pretty close.
I know.
I'm pretty
my
close.
point is,
I know what those rooms are like. I've heard the stories from those rooms firsthand.
Right.
My point is that
what I'm saying is the tentacles into comedy from Power aren't really that many, and they don't really get used for that much. And we've and like as great as you are, you've kind of done a lot of ways thumbed your nose rightfully because
they're just right. I mean, you're correct. I'm not a guy. The industry of comedy respects and I'm very funny, but I'm
Right.
also not a guy that they consider to be malleable.
Right.
And they're, 100%. I'm just wondering when I walk around an institution with Yale, I'm like, I wonder how wrong we have it or how right we are. That's the question.
I think I think it's just what's interesting to me is they've probably seen some horrific shit or they've heard of it. They're 1 degree separated from some horrific shit, but the level of boredom that they have with it.
So like Les Wexner's kid, supposedly is like a bonesman.
Right.
So like, is that weird? Does anyone turn around and go, hey, like, what's going on with dad?
Well,
Probably not. Right?
I don't think he talks to his kid about it, but I think when you're his kid, it's like kind of like Succession almost, where you're his kid, you know the stories, you guess what's up, you start piecing things. It's kind of like Sopranos, where the kids starting to realize the dad's in the mafia. And like, oh, is that who the FBI was doing that? Oh, is that who that guy is? Oh, that guy's a cat. Oh, and all kind of. And so as you come of age, it's not so much that he ever tells you per se, but you kind of go, oh, I probably got to start doing some dirt. I probably got to start fucking.
Well, it's just interesting.
Around.
You wonder like what gets talked about in a place like that. Will somebody bring it up? Will somebody bring something like that up?
Well, that's a great point because very rarely. But look,
that's what I mean.
But they're all doing drugs, aren't they?
I don't know.
You would think so, right?
I would think they're having their year in college.
Yeah, they're letting their guard down. Yeah, no, I think they talk about it. I think, but they probably bond over. Yeah, I think my dad might kill people too. Like they don't really know,
right?
Because why? I don't think those parents ever tell the kids that much. Maybe they're older, like when they're 50.
Of course, they're not telling the kids that much. I'm just wondering what. Like, you wonder in that group, are they Boy Scouts? Are they like, hey, man, I don't know, shit happens? Like, no. They're smart enough to know. They're not that stupid.
They don't have the ambition of a true sociopath person. Like, they're a certain kind of sociopath, but the kind who would get into that club on his own. But they're not bored. Like, look, it's the kind of thing where they think they're like decent guys, but like they've all witnessed date rapes and did nothing. They've all gotten chicks drunk. Like they've all paid hookers.
Many of them, yeah.
Well, many, sure. Okay. Like, I'm saying it's kind of
maybe not. Maybe I'm wondering if these kids are kind of like cucks. And by the way, I'm not saying that non-date rape is cuck, but I mean like maybe they're not doing drugs and partying. Maybe some of them are. Maybe they're, how many of them are Malfoy and how many of them are Ron from Harry Potter? How many of them are the redhead kid?
I didn't watch Harry Potter.
Well, I did when I was a kid. Don't give me a face like you're better than me. It was when I was a kid. I watched it. I'm not reading
Animal Farm as a kid.
Yeah, you're reading Animal Farm. You want to see what your future is.
No, I think most look, if you look at drug use in general with rich kids, it's like pretty common stereotype that a lot of them end up like drug problems. Look, we were talking about like that Robert Kiyosaki. My dad got me that Robert Kiyosaki or whatever book, and like it's really hard for rich kids, for instance, to like build wealth on their own and not to be prized on their family's wealth. Like it's hard. So if you're part of that system, I think it's hard for a lot of them to like not fuck around with drugs and alcohol and then like push boundaries. Those parents are always like high-powered people who aren't paying attention anyway. So like, why wouldn't they be getting into trouble? So the odds of them being Boy Scouts is like,
that's I'm wrong on that.
Yeah, I think so.
They're smarter. They're shrewd.
Yeah, they see how they have a sense of like their dad has he drops little pearls of wisdom like,
right.
Oh, well, Gaddafi thought he was smart too.
Right.
Go clean your room.
Right.
Whatever. So it's like I think they get the whiff of it, and by the time they're in college, I think they're piss ants in a lot of ways, and I think they're and they don't really know. I'm not saying that they're qualified to do any of the real dirt, but I think that I think that they're totally willing and think more of themselves than they are, and they think they're bred for this when it's all horseshit. But they think they're bred for it, and that's I think the arrogance of thinking you're bred for it is a lot of it. The arrogance that builds into you makes you into the kind of sociopath that eventually can, because all you're really doing is manipulating the wheels of power.
Kurt Vonnegut, we must be careful what we pretend to be.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's really what it is. Very interesting. It's a very interesting discussion. And what it really hits home to me is that we will never, ever, 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 even accidentally, be welcomed into.
What if we get a job at the local pizzeria and we deliver a pizza one day? We bide our time.
What if we're delivered
Yes.
Like in March of the Wooden Soldiers. We get delivered.
We pose as hookers.
And we pop out of a box.
Yeah. Or a bomb.
We
pop out of a bomb.
I think that, and you know what owns like Deer Island, what owns Columbones, Russell Trust Association. I also think they own Yale. I mean, it's like, it's big money and big power players. And you know what? I mean, I got to be honest with you. Is anything there more elite than what goes on at Nassau Community College, which is where success starts and continues?
You kid, but I mean, I've heard,
it is the top community college in the country.
I've heard that like they've had like in the past 10 years, like 30 people become like partners at Goldman.
Have you ever been to the Top Flight food court?
No.
Well, it's phenomenal. It used to have a Taco Bell, and I would get a grilled stuffed burrito. It's nice.
Does Goldman recruit out of Nassau? Actually, I was kidding with them. They don't recruit.
I would say no.
Okay.
But I'll tell you who does. The Suffolk PD. I'll tell you who does recruit out of Nassau Community College.
Well, I'll tell you, that
Cheesecake Factory.
That campus put the Brentwood campus of Suffolk, where I attended,
to shame.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Ammerman sucks.
No, I didn't go to Ammerman. I went to Brentwood.
Oh, that's
Brentwood's
worse.
terrible. Brentwood is like they don't even have grass. It's just like crabgrass, and and the buildings are all just like they look like like a Brent Davinian complex or something.
Well, it's what the people deserve.
With your Waco, Texas.
I would like to go back to Yale with you.
Yeah. Let's go now. Let's get an Uber.
Well, no, I want to go get the Christmas log cake right now. I love a Swiss roll Christmas cake. It's very, and the restaurant that's doing it is keto. Are you still keto?
Yep. 2 months.
Keto.
I'm wearing smaller pants.
He's a keto man with a keto plan.
I'm just getting hard dick and strong abs.
Well, I don't know about that. I haven't seen the
I think
abs.
it's good for your blood flow.
It might be.
Yeah.
But I also think that, there's all kinds of debates about what is good and what isn't good.
Look, at the end of the day, people go, is that healthy? I'm like, being massively overweight isn't healthy either. So let me bite the bullet for a bit.
The reality is being alive isn't healthy.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. Being alive is not healthy.
Right.
That's the reality.
How many times have I told you to clean up?
Even though she's very fearful, terrified for her life.
Well,
she keep caressing you so you loosen up the thing and then go.
Well, I would say, you know what to do. Stick it in deeper.
Take it deeper.
But she was a little too familiar.
We were talking at dinner about the lack of real activism when it comes to Hollywood people. And because some of it would be a little funny.
Right. Like, why isn't like Lizzo a truther?
It would be funny if Lizzo, but not a 9/11 truth.
No, Sandy Hook truther.
It's just Sandy Hook truth.
Yeah.
Because Lizzo does these things on stage before she performs where she goes, I want you to put your lights up. That light represents the light inside you. And I want you to look at yourself and you say, I love you because you're beautiful. And I want you to look around and realize that you are the only one you need. I want you to also ask yourself this question. Why would they build another school where the Sandy Hook High School was? Does that make any sense to you? I don't think it's good. Why? Well, whatever it was, middle school. Why would they level a building and build a completely new one? That doesn't make any sense. That's all.
Right.
And then she would just go into her stuff,
I just picture like her having that giant ass, and there's also like a facsimile. What do you call it?
A facsimile?
Facsimile of Building 7 just collapsing under her.
I just want you to love yourself. Ladies, love yourself. And also realize, let's be honest, that the Mossad planted the bombs in the towers.
Your children are crisis actors.
Your children, have you ever met anybody that died in Sandy Hook? I don't think so.
There are no death certificates for any of them.
Where are the death certificates for the kids? Okay. Jerome. Drag your ass home.
What's his name? Little Zeke or little?
I don't know.
Little Zan.
Little Zan.
Little Zan.
Well, he doesn't even know where he is.
He's talking about Elohim City.
Yeah.
The crazy shit that happened at Elohim.
Remember Terrence Yeeki? He fucking, son he dead and shit because he knew that Big Faye did not act alone. All right, now here's my new song. It's called I Love You, Bitch.
Who do you think would do worse in a crowd that was there to see Lizzo and Little Zan? The Beastie Boys or Dick Cheney? I feel like Dick Cheney would do better.
No, the Beastie Boys would do a lot better.
Okay. That's how relevant they are, though. They might as well be.
They're not as relevant. They're so relevant. My friend Michelle went to go see them when they were in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
I just love an interview with Doja Cat where she really starts talking about, some, like where she just goes off about the Anunnaki. And they're like, listen, Juicy's about butts. She's like, yeah, it's about butts. But it's like also about that we were created as slaves to mine for anatomic gold, which is the only way that the Anunnaki on their planet, it's the only way they could breathe.
I believe the asshole's your third eye.
Your asshole, you can see through your asshole, and it's like your pineal gland. You have to open your asshole up because that is where you're going to see the truth through your asshole. That's why it's protected by all that fat, that good, beautiful fat, gelatinous fat. But yeah, none of these fucking people, none of them take it where it should go. I mean,
they all want to talk shit about like
it's gotta be everybody's woke, but nobody's really woke.
Yeah, no one knows. Like it's like, fucking COINTELPRO.
Right.
But no one wants to admit like, who is the FBI.
Like, I want to thank my manager and my agent. I want to thank all the fans. And I want to thank Larry Silverstein for saying, pull it audibly on tape. Before Building 7 came down, he said, pull it.
Bitch ain't listening to his dumb wife.
He's a fucking...
my wife's on a skin tag. I'll get a skin tag.
I just want to say this. The dream come true to stand up here in the American Music Awards with so many talented people. I also want to say, let's be honest, if they had 1 million death camps working 24 hours a day, they never could have got to 6 million. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. You just see people like, what? Like, stop mid-clap, just really confused. Why doesn't that happen more often? Why don't people just have like almost have a mini stroke and say something crazy more often?
Why don't the people who've been given houses in Laguna Beach question the
No, you know what I mean, though. Like, these people are on so many drugs, a lot of them, and somehow they stand. Now, this is where people are going to message me. They're going to be like, mind control, da-da-da. But it's like, every now and then, like, Sean Penn would have a slip up.
Well, Kanye.
But it's like interesting that
even Kanye, as ballsy as Kanye, as much as he don't really give a fuck or supposedly doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah,
you remember that like Black George Bush doesn't care about black, but even that he looked nervous.
Well, sure, because that was I mean, listen.
I'm saying like when's the last time you saw someone just really like when they do have those little spurts? It always comes out. No one's just going like dropping knowledge in a ballsy way.
Well, it's just that listen, the system works, and they're not going to jeopardize what they have. But I just find it funny that, like, Roseanne goes off, right?
Sure.
So Roseanne's wild. But she's also mentally ill. I think you got to have a little mental illness to risk so much. You got to realize you're living.
Oh, yeah. Well, first of all, like, I think she's a little more freewheeling after she lost the show.
Yeah.
Not that she wasn't pretty out there.
She was pretty out there before.
But she's also such a maniac.
Yeah.
That, like, even though, like, I think a lot of people thought, well, she's so crazy, no one's going to take it seriously anyway. And then she kind of went further than they thought she would. Look, you can argue the whole tweet thing. It did, look, to me, it came off, was she wearing the clothes of Dr. Zayas? I get, but, it came off like, ooh, why is she being that racist?
Yeah, it didn't look good. It wasn't a good look.
But in general, when she's like, no, the crystals and the Anunnaki,
I just think she's
no one gave a shit.
I just think she's one of the only people that even looks into that. I think a lot of people out there.
Into what? Like numbers and all the counting of the numbers?
Into anything.
It's nonsense.
Into anything. She's just one of the only people that looks into how the government is run. I don't think a lot of people.
I don't really know if she is, though.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, it's QAnon shit.
Some of it is. Some of it's not.
No.
Some of it's not.
I listen to her, not the whole thing. But
some of it is QAnon shit.
Here's my thing. I mean,
dude, if you don't want QAnon shit to get popular, I mean, don't kill Epstein. Don't fuck.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
I love a crazy woman as much as the next guy.
Yeah.
I would.
I'm just saying, I don't think that these people even have a clue. Like a lot of the people that are in Hollywood that are actors or actresses or big musicians, I don't think they've looked into anything.
What do you do? So Kylie Jenner, because I mean, look, Kim was one thing, but Kylie Jenner, does she just think she's like an Egyptian god or some shit? Like she's just some like does she even realize how fucked? Because I feel like Kim, she had to have a porn tape first, and it was a little more messy. And then she had the reality show. But Kylie's like a billionaire. She's like, what, like 16 years old?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, she just thinks she's like a fucking reincarnated, like, God. Like, does she even realize how? Because she should be ground zero of knowing how fucked it is, because she's part of this weird apparatus. But I feel like she doesn't.
Are you asking if Kylie Jenner is questioning things?
Like, yeah, if she's questioning. Do you think I'm asking if she's reading the Nest report on Building 7.
I don't think so.
No, but seriously, is she questioning? Like, is she aware? Wow, I'm just getting over, or is she just self-delusional?
I don't think she thinks she's getting over. I think they're a smart family, right? They're shrewd. Right. They know how to fucking operate, and they're just fucking dude. I know some people that know them. I've never met them. I don't know anything about them. I know a few people that know them, and they're all about business. Kris Jenner is about business. They're fucking just, So, I mean, she started she's a billionaire because of a makeup line.
Yeah,
right?
I'm not putting it down. I'm not just, but no,
I'm just saying, yeah, I mean,
But you do realize, like, you're part of this weird nexus of reality TV and sort of a porn thing, and it's weird, like, these sexualized. I mean, it's interesting.
Do any of them feel guilty about Trump? That's an interesting question. Like, do any of those people realize that the world that they helped build gave people Donald Trump? I don't really know.
Well, I mean, I feel like he was doing his show before they did, didn't he?
I'm talking about the world. I'm talking about, and I'm not saying that they're responsible.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if they ever look at what, they contributed to in the type of celebrity obsessed culture. I mean, Trump comes from an obsession with celebrity and celebrity culture. That's all that's left in America. Everything's rotted. The only thing we have left is an obsession with celebrity.
I got no love for them. And it'd be easy for me to agree with that. But I kind of feel like Trump is this kind of primal celebrity that's almost like a Barnum and like a P.T. Barnum type.
That's exactly what they are.
And
exactly what
I'm saying. He would have resonated in the 80s. Well, he did. But he
didn't. He wasn't the president. He absolutely wouldn't have. Trump is impossible without the Kardashians. Yeah, without people like that. But dude, Trump doesn't exist. Without the Real Housewives, without the onslaught of reality television where you're watching a show that is fake and you don't care. Let's go with me for a second.
Yeah, I'm listening.
You're watching something that isn't real and you don't care and you still enjoy it. And you know that it's heavily manufactured, and that best case heavily manufactured, worst case completely manufactured. Sure. And you don't care and you still enjoy it because it's real enough. It's just real enough. The houses are real. The outfits are things they might wear. They live in the places that they live, but the actual interactions and things are all heavily, manufactured, arranged. I think without that, and everyone focuses on social media, which is absolutely true. Social media has made us more coarse and callous, and the way we deal with each other and process information. But if you look at reality television, the way that that's helped shape culture, I mean, the way that people act on a reality show, the way that they act, how aggressive they are, that they just fight each other, that they throw wine at each other, and that you enjoy the spectacle of that. Okay, and I mean it's a Roman Coliseum.
No, it's a fair point.
It's been around forever.
I mean,
it's just the latest manifestation.
The way he brought a bunch of sexual assault victims to a debate.
100%.
Yeah, no, you're right.
This is a move that it's a move from the season finale of your favorite show, and reality TV is the world that America is a reality show,
right?
And people said that, and it's kind of like, I don't want to say hack at this point, but it's a pretty cliche thing to say, but it is a reality show. You turn on the news now not to get news.
Right.
You turn it on for drama. What is the big selling point for reality TV is drama.
Here's a weird thing. We're old enough, I think you as a kid watched some news as a kid. Like,
I did.
You remember what the news was like.
I remember the news.
Kids who are like 20 now didn't grow up with that at all.
They have no idea.
It really, the news was boring.
Nothing.
They think the news is boring because they don't care about anything.
Right.
But the news used to be, I mean, if you watch the NBC nightly news, it's still a little dry.
Right.
But I mean, but no one's watching that.
I'll tell you this, kids that are growing up now, nothing is boring.
Right.
The idea that anything is boring, everything is entertaining unless they turn it off.
We used to have like people. I mean, it's still, I guess PBS is still like that. But I mean, used to have shows. But look, PBS, like when you watch PBS now, if you're a young person listening, go watch the Jim Lear News Hour on PBS at 6 o'clock.
Right.
That's what like
He was
most
a corpse.
Yeah, and that's he's dead
Dude,
now. But they
compare. Ready?
Yeah.
Charlie Gibson, Sam Donaldson,
Right.
Cokie Roberts. The most you got was what's his name? The McLaughlin group.
and he was still a fucking like geriatric.
John McLaughlin
Oh.
was a wallflower compared to any of the people now. Compared to fucking Tommy Lahren.
Right.
Compared to Alex Jones. Compared to anybody.
I mean, even a maniac like Pat Buchanan, he's still sitting there most of the time, not saying crazy shit.
Right. I mean,
He's like responding to questions.
compare that to Bill O'Reilly. Compare that to Hannity and Combs. Compare
like Pat Buchanan would just be like, well, no, I think it's just not like he'd just be explaining the answer, and then sometimes he would say the whore, but whatever you
the
do,
whore.
yeah.
The whore.
But I mean, like that's the thing. And he was a clown. But I mean, still, like it just the level of theatrics that the news has become.
Well, part of it, I think, is that 24-hour news. CNN came in the 1990s with the Iraq War, and then like the O.J. Simpson trial changed a lot of it. That was the first news story that I think ran round the clock. And then we started the process of becoming a tabloid.
I feel like that Nancy Grace really was the final level of it.
It wasn't good.
Yeah,
I mean, she was maybe I think the final of it is I'm Donald Trump and I take the oath of office.
Fair enough. I mean, as far as like, because even with Greta Susteren.
Yeah, Van Susteren, she was much better than.
I mean, before the plastic surgery, I'm saying, but like that, like she like made her name off court TV in the OJ trial, but she was still like, oh, she used to be a journalist and she's kind of a respectable person.
Well, this whole idea that you had point counterpoint,
right?
Like the politicization of the news to where it was like this guy says this, I say that, point counterpoint. There are no facts. There's just interpretations of a story. And then the idea that you had two people on either side of it. And then you had two networks on either side of it. Then you had Fox and MSNBC.
Right.
And then, things just splintered into a million different versions of reality. And now, so it's interesting, like what is the next iteration? Because we're a tabloid country, we're a celebrity obsessed culture. Where does that go? Like, where do people get totally turned off by that eventually? And what is because here's what I'm watching now. I'm starting to kind of watch like Jeffree Star, who's this trans, very wealthy guy on YouTube, is huge. And like, I don't watch it, but I like try to keep tabs on what's going on like, because in LA, it's hard to ignore like the hype beasts, these kids that buy sneakers and shirts.
They stole my phone.
Yeah, they stole your phone. I try to do that on stage when I do your accent and everything, where it's like, I was like, I'd buy a goddamn hype beast. But the reality is there's an interesting level of materialism. Like Jeffree Star and Shane Dawson just released this conspiracy theory, I believe, like line of makeup.
What?
Yeah, I'm not kidding. They did this thing on YouTube called Conspiracy Theories, where they investigate conspiracy theories. I don't know if you're familiar with this. This is this guy Jeffree Star is I mean, look him up. Look up Jeffree Star. We're talking about massive. We're talking about in terms of YouTube numbers. Maybe one of the biggest YouTubers. So Jeffree Star, just to give you an idea, his channel, he's got 16.7 million subscribers. Okay,
how much?
16.7 million.
It's a lot.
And now Shane Dawson, who's like,
oh wow, this is a trans person.
Yeah, and then Shane Dawson, you're looking at his channel. He's got 23 million subscribers. So then he did this. They do this thing. Conspiracy theories.
Cheetos makeup, is it Jeffree Star approved?
So here's what's interesting about all this stuff. This kind of rampant materialism,
right?
Which I've noticed. Like,
well, there's also that makeup kid. What's that guy's name? That young kid?
Yeah, I don't know.
But he gets like 7 million like viewers.
There seems to be a real obsession, with makeup, with accessories, with clothing. That, by the way, there was always fashion when I grew up. There was always like the idea of Gucci and Prada and whatever.
Go figure, yeah.
And then there was always styles. There was, I grew up with like baggy jeans, and then eventually it was Jenkos. Like materialism.
I had a starter jacket.
Yes. the materialism isn't new, but there's this new iteration of it.
Right.
And it's very interesting, and I wonder where that goes.
Well, look, it's crazy. I wonder if, because look, you watch these guys and these makeup kids and like the plastic level of it. And like, I don't think most of the people watching it are like when I watch that video, I feel sick, not because the guy is like, has style or is glamorous, but just like it's all so fake and weird, and I get depressed.
Right.
Like, this is what kids are like. I don't think kids, I think it's just more like, I think a lot of the kids are just watching it and going like,
yeah,
they're not really. But that being said, like, it's
so fake. It's so overdone. It's so over the top. What is the attraction to that? Is it because there's such an emptiness all around us that the idea that something is so almost like it's like a fairy tale, or it's like the way people are made up? It's like they're so.
Well, look at pop music, right?
They almost look mystical. I don't know. Are they? Is this a thing of? Is this an offshoot of comic book movies?
Maybe.
I don't know.
I mean, look at pop music, right?
Yeah.
And the way we like when our generation had it.
And you're coming to LA. You are opening for Doja Cat.
Of course.
A lot of people think that I'm lying about that, but you are opening for Doja.
No, I've been asked Doja. Yeah.
How did you meet her?
Well, I was at an Arby's.
Yeah.
And I was throwing up in the bathroom. And
now, was it bad meat or was it too much?
I think I say too much.
Okay.
And she's banging on the door like, I gotta take a shit.
Right.
I come out and I go, you look famous or something? And she's like, bitch, I'm Doja Cat. I'm like, Tim Dillon talks about you.
Oh.
And she goes, what that greasy motherfucker?
Yeah, she said faggot. Don't put your tongue back in your mouth. I saw what she said.
I said fat. But whatever. We got some drinks and
you get some Hennessy?
A little bit.
You got a little Henny?
Yeah, a little Henny.
So you got a little Henny with her? And Doja Cat drinking Henny and paper cups and Arby's?
Yeah, exactly.
And then she said, why don't you know, are you going to do music? What are you going to do?
I'm going to do my synth music, but also like I make electronic music. Everyone knows that. And I'm going to do like spoken word over it.
We got to do a show in LA where you just do synth music and spoken word. I'm not even kidding. It'd be amazing. So what are you trying to say?
All right, so we grew up, right? Let's look at in the generation of the boomers too.
Yeah.
So look, the Rolling Stones and the Beatles, and like they were good musicians, right? But then you have like the generation after, like the Van Halens, and I'm saying like they were like we grew up in the '90s with grunge, Nirvana, right? And Nirvana was kind of legit, like they was a troubled guy, but all the other bands around them, there was a definite currency in authenticness, whatever you want to refer to that.
Yeah, the right.
And like whether it was horse shit, but there was a value to that, and you needed to have it. And even pop music at the time wasn't as much that, but like Milli Vanilli, like when they found that they lip synced, they were shunned, right? And that's gone now. Like like anyone caring if anyone like I'm not even saying that no one's authentic, but that no one cares if you are. That's not part of the deal. Maybe in country music.
Part of I think you're absolutely right. Part of the attraction to a lot of these people is that they do style themselves as, I don't want to use the word freaks in a negative way, but like people that are so over the top,
right,
and so out of this world that you wouldn't necessarily, like they're glamorous, they're luxurious, as your buddy Contra points, opulence, like the idea of it just being it's just overkill.
You know what bugs me about it? You look at Ziggy Stardust or like Aladdin Sane, like Bowie's different looks and personalities. And he was doing it in a time when like no one necessarily wanted it. It was weird. Like so much of this stuff now, it's like no one even like there's no one said. I mean, yeah, I'm sure like there's fucking pastors out there going, "This is the devil."
Do you think part of it is that people have actually gotten pretty boring and they're actually trying to figure out a way to seem unique and different?
100%.
But that social media and technology has kind of flattened people, whereas people and they're corralled very easily into all liking one thing, so that individuality's kind of been destroyed.
Well,
so the only way to do it is you just paint yourself.
I mean, I see it myself. Like I and some of it's just, me being a blowhard idiot, but I'm a more relatively nuanced person, and I'm not I have good tweets sometimes, and then people, stuff resonates.
Sir, will you instruct your client to answer the question? The question was, when was the last time he saw the victim of this crime? He has said he's a nuanced person and that he has good tweets. The question was, when is the last time you saw the victim of this crime?
Arby's.
All right, keep going.
No, my point is like, yeah, no, it's what's rewarded, generally speaking, is more monosyllabic or more like things that are just kind of more digestible. So that's one element of it. But it's also, we were talking before, like, yeah, like Lizzo was great. And like a lot of these people, Doja Cat's, yeah, she's good. But like, it's not Whitney Houston.
Right.
And then Aretha Franklin. Like, there isn't like, I don't know where.
Well, because so much of it now goes into the marketing. A lot of it is the marketing, and it's not so much. I mean, I think it's interesting, and I think so. What you see now is you see it on the left and the right. You see like these discredited ideas, whether it's communism or whether it's fascism or whether it's white supremacy or whether it's these Jew conspiracy theories like Jewish conspiracy theories. Sorry, but they all come back. We all, and there's something interesting about the idea that maybe we are reaching the end of a stage, and that because technology has gotten that we are going to technology's become so powerful that the next stage of our life is going to be unlike any that we could imagine. Like it's not going to be, because we seem to be in a loop where we're just we have the same problems we had 100 years ago, other than that have been made better by technology or medicine or whatever. Yeah. We have the same issues with each other. We have the same problems. We have a lot of the same conspiracy theories. We have the same fears. We have the same, maybe at a certain point, it's just we're on the verge of taking that next leap into whatever the future is going to be, and it might be where the human era is over.
I mean, it's interesting because I'm never going to be one of those guys like who, is it too much not opulence, but like permissiveness in society and all this shit. But there is something weird that happens when the permissiveness, or whatever you want to call it, or just the lack of taboo in society means that art has no more power. There is no potency to art ever anymore. Right. Like, there's really almost nothing you do to shock. And not that you want like shock effect in art per se, but that even South Park, which is great and still brilliant, isn't really shocking people. There's no sting to things.
I would say that I think it's a great point about the permissiveness in society, but it's also what happens when the satire becomes the news. Like Trump is the president. Kim Kardashian is at the White House campaigning for.
Well, that's more what I mean. The overstimulation and the over. Yeah.
There isn't. I mean, all of the possibilities, or many of them, have been realized. I mean, we are at a point now where to satirize, or you can't heighten anything anymore. We've talked about that, right? And you just wonder at a certain point where it's like, how the human race in general. It's like are we at the furthest we can go?
I mean, look, there's different types of totalitarianism, right? Right. Like the Nazis, clearly evil. Stalin, evil. The Roman Empire killed a lot of people. Yeah. But I feel like it was a little less like, race driven, maybe. Okay. Maybe not. I don't know. Yeah. But regardless, I'm not promoting it. But is this kind of almost a natural, like almost like the Matrix, the whole, when he meets that fucking, the Colonel Sanders guy. My point is a cyclical. It's this thing of like, society will get to a point where because this is kind of reminds you of Rome and Caligula in a way, and Nero, and that's
here's the problem. We as biological beings are just not efficient. Right. We're just not, right? And the phone that we hold in our hand, all the technology around us is so much more efficient than we are. But we're kind of gumming up the system with our stupid ideas, right? With our racism or whatever. We're just gumming it up. We're fighting with each other. It just is what it is. At a certain point, we're going to have to be made more efficient. Mm-hmm. And I don't know how that's going to happen. I don't know if that's going to be...
Efficient for what?
Meaning that I think as AI gets more powerful and as automation gets more powerful, there's probably going to be ways to fuse with that technology to make us potentially more productive and efficient. I'm not saying this is going to be a good thing.
I just don't get if that's the goal.
It's not the goal. I think it's just going to happen. It's already happened.
But if that's the outcome that the people in power are cool with or would be cool with.
Sure.
And we know who's in power, really, for the end of the day, and what they're into, and what they're willing to allow. Like, why are they? What keeps us around at that point?
Oh, I don't know much. I don't think
Are they really going to pay for that fat guy at Walmart to get melded with a computer?
No, I mean, and that's part of why I think you see the gates being, every house is a fortress and people have their own private security. And I think part of this is the long con of how exactly do we let large sections of the country fail.
Do you think they hope? You told me before how LA, like cholera is coming back and this.
All of those
Do you
things.
think that's, I'm not going to go so far, although I would, I'm not going to, that they're doing it on purpose. But do you think they're kind of actively hoping that diseases spread? That,
I don't know what they're doing.
That this whole,
I wouldn't say that, but I think they are making contingency plans and have been for a very long time to just allow large, and listen, Youngstown, Ohio, Flint, Michigan, Detroit. This is not Bridgeport, Connecticut. None of this is speculative.
And to be clear, this is not about reptilians, control population. This is about, and it's not about saying they're right, but it's about saying we know that there's a certain lack of humanity in the ruling class. And at that point, like, why would they keep around the poor? This is part of why you don't want this kind of society, because this is what it leads to.
The reality is you look at what's going on and you say that they've already let cities. Detroit did not have to fail. That's number one.
Sure, it didn't have
Detroit did not have to fail.
I mean, globalization didn't have to go down the way it went.
All of it didn't have to happen.
Yeah.
The point is that there's a certain callousness that the ruling elites have towards human beings. It's just not, I don't see. Now you also have tech. Now, the guys that are at the head of these tech companies, a lot, and I've been reading about them recently, a lot of them, they're utopians. They do believe that they're making the world a better place.
Yeah, for who, though?
Well, correct. Now, when you have those two things happen, when you have the callous, cold-hearted, very pragmatic in a sinister way, elite, have all these tools and all this technology, what happens? I think the only thing that happens is they let large sections of the country fail.
Right.
And most people will then at that point flock to cities for work. And those cities will become mega cities. Which is why the Pentagon studies fighting, what's it going to be like to fight urban warfare in mega cities? These are things that the Pentagon studies.
Sure.
Because they assume that by 2040, the populations of Los Angeles and New York have grown exponentially.
But, like, they're not really... Like, you look at how New York is growing, quote unquote, and it's growing with these, like, massive towers for the rich. But, like, they're really not expanding where, like, I mean... I guess the suburbs are more like, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like there's a ton of jobs in the city that are being absorbed into the city from Detroit, it's more like most of those people are just out of work or in fast food or whatever
100%.
service.
I think what happens and what they're imagining that will happen is Detroit is not going to be a rarity. It's going to be one of many things.
Right, and I'm making the point that we're not. I think having super cities seems like an optimistic outcome compared to what we've seen.
No, I mean super cities. I don't know what you mean. I'm talking about you will have like very crowded. I mean, similar to Asian cities where they're very crowded, and the majority. Of people
who's live
in poverty?
People who've been pushed out of their work aren't going to flock to New York because, like, that's the last place you want to go. You can't afford to. But they can't afford to live there.
They live in slums. They live in slums. Go to Hong Kong. They live in slums. To Mumbai. They live in slums. I'm telling you, the future of this is from the Pentagon. This is not from me. This is from the Pentagon.
Look, they were right about Iraq.
No, I mean, I'm telling you. There, people are go. Do you want to go to East New York? And you want to go to these places, and you want to see how
I used to live right next to Brownsville.
So you know that poor people live in New York. I don't understand what you're saying.
Poor people didn't like mass migrate to New York.
Of course they did. They've been doing it for 200 years. Why do you think they're fucking poor people have been coming to New York City forever to work?
Well, immigrants come through New York, right?
That's part of it, but you have all kinds
came
of
through New York.
You have all kinds of people that grew up in horrible places that come to New York, in Rust Belt towns that are shot. Where do you think they go?
Well,
Youngstown, Ohio. They come here. Absolutely, there are people. There are people that are here to be waiters. I don't know what you're saying. New York is a whole entire population made of people that escaped from somewhere else.
All right, I see what you mean. Okay.
So if all of those things, if those areas continue to not be able to support populations, they're gonna come here. They're gonna go to LA. They don't have a choice.
Right, but I'm saying, like, at a certain point, it's just the jobs will be filled.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
That was your argument? Yeah, no, the jobs are filled now.
Right.
They're going to live on the street.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, what do you?
Well,
what do you think I think the Illuminati's like, but where are they going to work?
But
they're going to live in tent cities. They're going to live in Hooverville.
Okay, so when we're saying super cities, we just mean cities with a lot of homeless people in them.
Dummy. I don't mean super cities like they're fucking super, you fucking retard.
But it's a weird term.
They're mega cities. Go to Hong Kong. There's large underclasses in all of these cities. You just don't see them. They're in New York. People just don't see them. They don't.
No, sure.
And they're going to. It's gonna be more and more prevalent as time goes by. I'm telling you, because also there's no services that come here for government services. We have more services here.
Okay.
California has more services.
Don't they push everyone upstate?
They tried. They will continue to maybe try. That was back, but still, there are still more services here than you're going to get in a rural part of the country.
Why don't people just start farming again? I mean, we used to honestly though. It's like you wonder like
the soil's going to be poisoned.
But it's also Monsanto.
The people. A lot of them cannot farm. They're like not allowed to. There's all kinds of laws and regulations that prevent them from doing it, and nobody has those fucking.
But that's the weird thing. Is more. Well, I'm really getting that. I know it was a silly thing to say, but it's like the weird thing is you're watching this all happen, and there's no reason why it has to. Is my point. Like, we have resources still.
Well, no, there's no reason why. Yeah, because rich people want to take everything.
Yeah.
That's why it's happening a lot. They're not content with having $100 million. They want $100 billion. They're not content with, they want, this is the level of consolidation in these major industries like media and finance. I mean, it's just wild.
Well, look, I mean, we're acting pessimistic, but Trump might clean the swamp. I mean,
oh yeah, he's gonna drain the swamp. He's gonna drain the swamp. None of it has to happen, but all of it's going to happen.
Right.
It's going to happen for the same reason that, your family, you could get along better with your family.
Right.
But you don't, and it's your family.
Sure.
So the idea that a guy who's just been raised, completely wealthy is going to give a fuck about somebody, it's just not going to happen. It just doesn't happen. It's just not going to happen. And all people can really do at this point is get on a cam and start flicking their bean.
Yeah.
And hope to God.
It's work.
Hope to God that somebody's into that. Hope to God that you're a fetish.
I would love to.
Hopefully you're a fetish.
Look. You have a bigger following now than when we were doing it.
Yeah.
I think we should start a website. I need your help. Maybe Ben could help with it.
Yeah.
I want to be a cam girl.
I want you to be a cam girl.
Yeah.
Because listen, folks, the way out is being a fetish.
Right.
The way out is going to be a fetish.
I'll eat things that you tell me to eat.
Mukbang.
I'll mukbang.
Putting a roasted chicken in your ass.
I'll wear a thong.
That's going to be the way out.
Yeah.
That's going to be the way out.
I'll suck all sorts of dildos.
You're going to have to do it all.
Yeah.
You're going to be dressed up in Jeffree Star makeup. I would like to see you get...
I should do makeup tutorials.
You should do makeup tutorials. You should get glamorous. We should glam you up. That would be great. When you come to LA, maybe we'll glam you up.
Yeah.
You'll be a real glamorous...
I'll be a glamour pig.
I mean, gender is dead. It doesn't matter.
Who gives a fuck what I got in my pants?
It doesn't matter. Nobody. It doesn't matter. You're just going to be fucking glam.
I mean, honestly, sex seems passe to this generation, doesn't it?
Yeah, nobody's fucking.
No one seems to want to fuck.
Nobody's fucking.
And I get it, because I like fucking, but I could also, if I had to, let's just fucking get glamorous.
That's what it is, man. People are coming in different ways now.
Yeah.
So much of it is just, performative. Everything's performative. You just want other people to validate you. Sex is like, it's earthy. It's like old
gross.
School.
You stick something in your nose and you start coming. It's fine.
Yeah, people want to be glamorous now.
Yeah.
They just want to be,
And ass isn't even sexual anymore. It's just an affirmation. That Lizzo thing?
Yeah.
It's just affirmation.
Yeah.
It's just, that's not, no one's jerking off that big ass.
I want you to put your lights in the sky. Those lights represent love. They represent the love that I want inside of every single one of you. Okay? And I just want you to tell me one thing. I want you to tell me why a bunch of Jewish art students were in the World Trade Center. They were bomb technicians for the Mossad. They put bombs in those towers and they fell. Let's go. Why a man great? Because he gotta be great. Thank you for listening, everybody. Please forward your complaints to my agent manager. I'm kidding. Where can people find you?
Find me on Twitter and Instagram at Ray Kump. On my Twitter, you Kump Podcast. Check that out. It's back now.
It's back.
It's back. So is Our Love is Disgusting. Great new episodes of both podcasts. You can donate to my Patreon. You can find it on my Twitter, my Patreon feed. But yeah, check me out. I got all sorts of me and Lucy Steiner who make Our Love is Disgusting. We're also starting to make sketch videos. So we're going to be a YouTube presence probably. So 2020 is going to be big for the Kump universe.
Go subscribe to all that. Go subscribe to my YouTube channel, The Tim Dillon Show. That is the channel, Tim Dillon Show. My other channel I do nothing with. Tim Dillon Show on YouTube. All our sketches, our podcasts are going to be re-uploaded when we take the ads out that YouTube may or may not have a problem with. We don't want the channel taken down. So go subscribe to the channel. Subscribe to me on Apple Podcasts, please. Also on Instagram, Tim J. Dillon, D-I-L-L-O-N. Twitter, Tim J. Dillon, TimDillonComedy.com for all the dates. We have just announced Austin, Texas. I'm going to be there in January. It's fucking great. I'm really excited about that. So if you are in Texas, I'm telling you right now, don't be stupid. Fucking go and come see me. January 15th through the 18th, I'm going to be at Cap City.
Cap City
in Austin. It's one of my favorite clubs. Okay. Also, I'm going to be in January. I'm going to be at Magoobies in Maryland, right outside of Baltimore, Maryland. I'm going to be up in Toronto at a great theater. I'm going to be at the House of Comedy in Arizona. I'm going to be in Minneapolis. You just got to go TimDillonComedy.com. All the dates are there. Grab the tickets. We have links to all of the places I'm going. It's easy to navigate. And yeah, like I said, if you are in a secret society or you were tapped to be in one and you didn't choose to be in one, very interesting. Or if you have a friend that was in one, DM me on Instagram or DM me on Twitter. And again, many of you will do this as a prank, but I don't care because I will find the real one. Doesn't matter. Many of you are going to be like, I was in it. You're fat. I know. We get it. It's a funny joke. It's a funny joke.
Those guys aren't fucking us.
Whoa.
We're not letting them fuck us.
You're not fucking
Only
us. Legit people that are in a secret society that want to tell us how it works and also want to sacrifice us. Let's keep the conversation open.
Yeah.
Let's keep it open. I have an agent manager. I will put you in contact with them if you want to sacrifice both me and Raymond. Put us on spikes and roast us like guinea pigs.
I just want to feel something.
100%. Goodbye.
Scotty! We're not gonna die. We're all gonna die. We're not gonna die. We're gonna get out of here. We're not gonna die.
I don't want to die. You're not gonna leave me, are you? I don't want to die.
We're not gonna die. We're gonna get out of here.
I don't want to die. You're not gonna leave me, are you? I don't want to die.
We're not gonna die. We're gonna get out of here.
next is riding, riding. Beautiful sunlight, blue sky, anything could happen. The tubes are very quiet. We're waiting, waiting, waiting. Terror and war, terror and war. Get down on the floor. two-tone blue holds up the sky. Metal, two-tone blue holds up the sky. I'm afraid if I breathe, I'll suffocate. There's a bright light in the sky at 4 a.m. Amnesia. 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 I love this term. Brutal, low-grade buildings, architecture for the blind, beautiful dirt in the numb zone excites me. Amnesia, amnesia. Everything's simple. No cheap thrills, no frills, no flash distractions. Lo-fi, lover, you made me shake. You made me grateful to be alive again. Amnesia, many predators. Amnesia, 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 amnesia. Amnesia, 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 amnesia. I love this term. Brutal, low-grade buildings, architecture for the blind, beautiful dirt in the numb zone excites me. Amnesia, amnesia.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. It is the final episode without video. I know that a lot of the YouTube community, and what a disgusting coupling of words, huh? YouTube community is very upset that there's no video. Video is coming. Speaking of the YouTube community, I was flying back from New York to LA, and I was boarding the plane, and they announced that we didn't have any Wi-Fi. So I was downloading stuff on Netflix to watch, and I was going through, I was firing off my last tweets unless the plane goes down. And I saw this James Charles is over party is trending. And James Charles is apparently he's a beauty guru who's worth like $12 million, and he gives makeup tutorials on YouTube. That's a big market. I don't know when everyone went so fucking insane with the makeup, where it's now, making people tens of millions of dollars. I like when people wear makeup. It's nice when people look good. I'm a capitalist pig. I don't mind walking through a glossy department store and having a bunch of people spray cologne in my face. I like that. I like it because you get in their face, get in that little woman's face and go, can I eat it? Can I taste it? Go spray it on my back. And then they always kind of flinch. And then it's fun. I don't mind any of that. I just don't know when beauty consultations became like a $1 billion industry. These people are making so much fucking money. And I don't even know, James Charles, I guess he's a gay dude, but when you look at him, but I don't even know, between the plastic surgery and the makeup now, everybody looks like a character from Babes in Toyland. So I don't even know what people are anymore. Like, I don't even know nobody has their original face. Everybody is made up. They look like they're a character from, March of the Wooden Soldiers. I have no idea anymore. Is this person trans? Are they non-binary? Are they gay? I don't even know. Especially on YouTube. You barely know anymore. But this guy, they tried to cancel him once, and I don't know why. They said he was a sexual predator, which I don't think was backed up by anything. It might have been. I mean, ContraPoint just did a video today, that YouTuber that I like, and she was like that basically this other makeup vlogger, whatever you call them, accused this guy, James Charles. And there's a reason I'm talking about all this, by the way. And again, it would be easy to ignore all of this shit, but these people are making oodles of fucking money. I mean, they're making a lot of money, so you can't ignore all of it. Like, you can't just ignore everything, because it is culture, and something's going on. You look around the world, you're like, something is going on when videos of people opening a present are getting 100 million views. And people's lives are so empty that they want to watch somebody else take something out of a box. There's a problem here. It's a big problem. You can't ignore it. You can't just say, well, it's just the kids. The kids are wacky. I think it's something else. I think there's something there's a psychosis we're entering. And I have an interest in exploring why and how we're entering it. I don't think it's just the same thing as like people not getting the Beatles. Okay? When the biggest YouTube videos are children like watching people crumble chalk in their hands. I think there's maybe an underlying issue here that we should explore. So for those of you who are like, I don't know any about this, I don't follow. Shut up. Go make a top 10 list of movies for the decade, you idiot. Who asked any of you to do that, by the way? Who came to you and said, hey, Bill, can you rank your top 10 movies of the decade and put it on Facebook so that I can read them aloud to my family? I mean, what kind of psycho? By the way, you rank a top 10 movies of the decade, I immediately know you're mentally ill. I immediately know you should go in a cage and be locked away forever because you put out your top 10 films of the decade. Ew. Here's, for my money, these are the top 10 films of the... Shut up. Stop making lists. The top 10 films of the decade. Who cares what you have to say? You 386 Facebook friends? What are you looking for, a fight? You looking for somebody to go, I don't think Uncut Gems should make it. Well, what are you looking for? You that hungry for interaction that you're throwing at you? Or what do you expect somebody's going to go, this was a brilliant list, Tom. This was very smart. I forgot about some of the movies from the beginning of the decade that you remembered. You're sharp. I always said that to my wife. I said, Tom Sharp can't wait for his year-end list. But so James Charles, they tried to cancel him once. ContraPoints was basically like, listen, the dude's not a sexual predator. Somebody accused him of trying to convince straight guys they're gay. Every gay guy, myself included, wants to hook up with straight guys. That's just a reality. So that's not the same thing as being a sexual predator. Okay? I mean, I guess if you tie them to a thing or whatever, that's not good. But it's not the same thing. But now they try to cancel the dude. And I don't know who the dude is. I'm not a fan of whatever he does. But now they're canceling him because he supposedly somebody found a video of him singing the N-word on New Year's Eve that's in a song. Like they on his Instagram story, supposedly he sang along with a rap song and there was an N-word in it and they're canceling for that. By the way, is there anything less like, is there anything to me, and is there anything that flies in the face of whatever the spirit of rap and hip hop is supposed to be than a bunch of rats online, like a bunch of rats and tattletales online trying to get, like when that rapper, I forget who did it. Was it ASAP? Not probably. Who was the rapper that brought the chick up on stage? We're in a car right now, so Ben can't look it up. Kendrick Lamar, right? Was it Kendrick Lamar, who's a great rapper, but he brings a chick up on stage. She sings the N-word along with a song, and he used it as a teachable moment. It's like, dude, what kind of rap is this? What kind of tattletale fucking rat shit is this? And I don't think white people should use the N-word, but like, are you really scouring people's Instagram stories to catch them singing along with it? And you people are like, oh yeah, Tim, you're a fucking fat white guy from the suburbs. Are you going to tell us what the spirit of rap is? Yes. We bought all the albums. Yes, I'm exactly going to tell you what the spirit of rap is. Spirit of rap is me and my friends driving around to my friend Mike Morris's mother's Saturn and listening to G-Unit and going, G-Unit, and going to private school. So that's what it is. Because we respected the code of the streets. We respected loyalty. You know? There was an idea of people that came from shitty environments that were tough, and we respected them. It was toxic masculinity. You're damn right it was. But we respected it. It wasn't some cunty rat behavior where you go online and you find this fucking guy who's singing along to the N-word, which again, I'm not saying say the N-word. But it seems like a low threshold to cancel someone now in the culture that we're in. Seems pretty low of a threshold to throw somebody out. You can accidentally sing along with the N-word. It's just what happens. Rap, is supposed to be like cool, because Giannis Pappas made a great point on the last podcast. He's like, when you're sitting in a fucking Applebee's and Journey comes on and a bunch of white people start swaying, you want to kill yourself. So then you go find cool things like rap music that talks about an experience that you didn't grow up with because you grew up in a pussy, white, who caresville, and rap is, and now everybody, I get it, everyone that's a rapper now went to a nicer school than I did. We went to Catholic school where the teachers used to make out with the kids. But these rappers, half of them went to like good schools and it's all digital marketing and whatever. And, Doja Cat's a partner at Goldman Sachs. But I get that it's not what it was. But still, even for what it is, to just be a straight up rat, isn't that supposed to, Tekashi, whatever his name is, he goes in, he rats out everybody. It's like, that's supposed to be not cool. That's not supposed to be the move, is to rat out everybody. And I have nothing to say about James Charles Either way, whatever. The guy's made $12 million painting his face. Good for him. He's made 12 sticks painting his face. Jeffree Star, all these people have made, they have 18, 19 million YouTube subscribers. I had no idea how big of a deal beauty and glamour was. Because I go out in the real world and everybody looks like shit. So who is watching these things and internalizing them and taking them seriously? I mean, I guess it's, the argument doesn't hold up because, fitness people, a lot of people are watching that, but, the country is 2/3 of the people in the country can't lift their leg. So I understand that it doesn't always trickle down to the streets. I sat next to a British guy on the plane the other day, and speaking of canceling people, I want to cancel this type of let's be a lot of British people are disgusting. I'm going to come out and say that right now, and I know a lot of people are going to be angry at me. A lot of people from the UK, and I specifically mean Britain, are disgusting. There's not a lot of attractive British women. There's just not. It's what it is. I'm not trying to get anyone upset. The teeth are all fucked up. They're not hot people. Okay? There's this brand of British hipster that people do think is hot with like the man bun, and they got like mangy, gnarled hair, and they're dressed like a hipster in like a black and white striped shirt with leather boots, and their father is some lord that sacrifices children, and they're hanging out in like Battersea or some fun hipstery place in Britain, and they're just disgusting people. They're eating fish pudding. They're disgusting. I'm here to tell you the truth. It's that type of British hipster. They always have a man bun. They have a man bun. Their idol is like Russell Brand. They want to be like the worldly guy that even though he's white, he's into transcendental meditation and he understands what a bad boy Whitey's been. So to me, it's a real problem. And I want to cancel these people. I want them gone. And I'm not saying a genocide. I just don't want to sit next to them anymore. I don't want to sit next to them anymore on planes. I'm a little sick of it. I'm a little sick of their emaciated girlfriend who looks like she needs to eat and she can't eat because all the food in the country is absolutely repulsive unless it's curry, unless it's Indian food. And she's dating this fucking pretentious, disgusting waif with his man bun and his hair that he hasn't washed in a week, whose profile picture is probably Greta Thunberg because he's a pedophile, but he's just using climate change. I just have had enough with them. I've had enough with them looking like shit and acting like they invented the world when you look like shit. Total shit. Take a shower, you dirtbag. It's the type of guy that brings out an acoustic guitar at the party nobody asked him to, and everybody wants to kill themselves. That's what it is. The type of guy who starts strumming an acoustic guitar, and everybody goes, who the fuck is this? Oh, it's this British guy. This exotic British guy who just looks like a regular American piece of shit. But he's got an accent, and he thinks he's charming because he speaks differently. Get in the shower and get an outfit. Stop dressing like a Harlequin clown, like a circus person. You and your dead-eyed girlfriend on my fucking American Airlines flight. In the exit row, which I fucking hate that row now. I hate the exit row. Every time I sit in the exit row, I'm next to total pieces of shit who think they should be in business class because they could spring an extra 90 for the exit row. You're still a pig. Do you understand me? You're not in another section of the plane. You're in the exit row. You're nothing. You're not in business class. They think it's like business class junior being in the fucking exit row. No, it just means a bitch comes up to you and goes, in the event of a thing, will you help? And you go, yes. And you never get to help because in the event of a thing, we all die. I'm just a little sick of the exit row attitude. People that had the extra $100, the extra $79 to spring for the exit row now think that they're like fucking the Rothschilds. And they're going to lord their power and prestige over everybody else. Fuck the exit row. I'm done with the exit row. Christmas was, I'm just covering a lot of different things today that have been bothering me, and then we'll settle into something thematically at some point, I guess, or we won't. You'll deal with that if we don't. These are just things I'm getting off my chest in 2020. Things that we got to change as a culture. And the tolerance of the British hipsters. We've got our own shitty hipsters. We've got our own overprivileged, white, guilty white, dilettantes. People who pretend to be in the arts, but they're not. We don't need to import them from London. Get them out of here. Give me the Asians. My parents, again, my boomer parents, their generosity, again, astounding. For Christmas, regifted me a leather bag and filled it with Dayquil and Ricola mints because I travel. And you know what I got them this year? Zero. Nada. Last year, I got them dinner at Le Bernardin, which is a very nice restaurant. And they gave me a check, which was less than what I spent on their gift certificate. So I've decided they will never get a present again for the rest of their lives. There will be no presents for them. I love them, but there will be no presents for them, and they can stop getting me presents whenever they want. They can stop regifting me things and filling them with Dayquil, or they can if they'd like. Whatever they want to do. I think that they lean into the description of them that I put out there, because that's literally what they did. They found a leather bag that they were no longer using, and they filled it with things that I could use when I travel, like antibacterial hand wipes. We wish you a Merry Christmas. They gave me what a Red Cross shelter would give out to people. That was my Christmas present. My Christmas present is what a shelter would give to somebody walking in who is at the lowest point in their life. Merry Christmas. But we had fun. We had a nice time this year. It was at my stepmother's sister's house. We were in and out, 2.5 hours, in and out. Boom, boom, boom. By the way, the length of a family party is 3 hours. That is it. You are in, you are out. Our dinner, our dessert, hour in between, or maybe an hour before dinner. Bing, bam, boom. Her sister's a great cook, her sister-in-law. She made shrimp scampi and calamari and eggplant and all that great shit. In and out quick. And I don't know any of these people. It's so nice. I barely know them because they're all her relatives, which is so great. I love going in a room with essentially strangers because everyone's polite and nobody has anything to really discuss. So you make small talk and they say things like, oh, I saw you on Rogan. That's nice. Comedy. That's fun, huh? There's always like an older guy who's like, yeah, the PC thing. How you handling the PC thing? And I'm always tempted to kind of flip it on him. I'm like, yeah, you can barely talk about eating a guy's asshole anymore. It's like people get upset with you. I don't do that because it's Christmas, but that is a fun way to flip it on somebody who's like, oh, this PC, now you comedians, you can't really say nothing. I'm like, hey, you can't talk about sucking off a dude. People get really upset. It's like, dude, chill with the PC culture. What? You just see his head see his mind melt. His brain be like, wait a minute, what? But it's nice. Now, by the way, let me read you the text that was sent to me from my cousin who went to my other family. My cousin who went to my other family, he sent me this text because apparently that melted down so swiftly. This is what I love. My family, and I've talked about it before, it's an Irish family, so we're in the final stage of it. Irish families are very good when the kids are young and people still have hope and people, their alcoholism hasn't totally destroyed their lives and they're not thrice divorced and they're not living back with their mother and everything hasn't fallen on his face yet. And there's the idea that the kids are going to take the family to the next level, that they're going to have better lives than their parents. Now, in my family, that is not the case. Nobody's got married. A few of us are even in serious relationships. I'm the gay clown is the most successful. Bad news. Now, the younger kids are going to Villanova and stuff. They might do better than me. Hopefully they do. But as far as the current crop of kids, nobody's filled with hope. You know, it's real sad. And all, my father's 6 brothers and sisters, 5 because one of them died years and years ago, melanoma. I guess they all hate each other now because every family party they have just descended to screaming and chaos. Just screaming and chaos. So I'm going to read you, which is funny. I mean, again, folks, you got to enjoy it. You got to enjoy it. I don't go anymore because I just want to be with strangers now. I don't want to go anymore because it's fun for a few times, the screaming in the chaos. Then you say to yourself, you know what? I got to be honest. I'm getting bored with how much you all hate each other because it's boring. It used to be kind of fun when it would go off the rails, but now it's just gone off the rails so many fucking times. You can't even find the value in it. You're just like, oh, this again? It's boring. We all hate each other. Let's call it a day. All these families that keep getting together and fighting, there's no value in that. It's just over. Just let it be. You're not doing anything by getting together and hating each other. I'm going to hate someone in the same room as them. Just let it go. So I'll find this text. It was so fun. It's really interesting when you can call something happening and then it actually happens exactly the way. You know, we'll talk about Epstein in a little bit because everybody knew exactly what that was. And now the news is finally catching up and going, yeah, they're intelligent to us. Apparently they are intelligent to us. And this might have to do with Israel. It's like, yeah, everyone knew that. Everyone's known that. Everyone with Wi-Fi has known that for months. Some of them years. And you fucks have just caught up. So this is what my cousin texted me. This was great. First of all, let me read you the text that my aunt sends to the family before everybody gets there. Okay? I like this. It's fun to me. And a lot of people are like, oh, these are private communication. Fuck off. Sue me. Okay? How about that? Go scratch. I got lawyers on retainer to handle you fucking Irish lugs. Now, if my family is a bunch of Jews, I keep my mouth shut. But what are you going to do, you potato farmers? What are you going to do? I'll see you in court. I'll see you in court, baby. Who are you going to bring in? Your bartender friend to represent you? Malachi? So, folks, we're having fun. It's just fun. You know, sometimes I have to see these people. It's very awkward. Occasionally I have to be in the same room with these people. And I forget how public this all is, you know? Hundreds of thousands of people listen. But what are you going to do? It's entertaining. This is entertaining because people I know are mentally ill. They're mentally ill. So if I can't capitalize off their sickness, and I don't mean mentally ill like Instagram mentally ill where you're all, I'm sad because no one wants to hear my, shut up. Mental illness, by the way, has become a brand in this country. I'm Anxiety Man, 1992. It's like it has become a fucking brand. And there's a lot of comedians, names not mentioned, that have enabled that and have leaned into that and it's become their brand. And fine. But what they've done is they've enabled a group of people to basically pretend to be sick to have an identity. My mother's truly mentally ill. She's schizophrenic. She's in a mental institution. She's really mentally ill. Like she said to me once, you know, Elvis might be my father. That's real mental illness, okay? She's not pouty because sometimes she's sad. That's not real mental. Most people are depressed because their lives are shitty and they're idiots. That's why you're depressed, because you're bad. Every decision you make is wrong. You've been coddled and told that you were special and that you should go out and follow your dreams. You don't even have dreams. You wouldn't know what they were. You should fall in line, find a wife, find a job, find a local pizzeria and eat there. That's what you should do. You should not be out trying to fucking Gary V notwithstanding. You should not be out trying to take over the world. And then you're all kinds of depressed when you find out that you didn't accomplish the thing you weren't suited to do to begin with. There's a reason I'm not trying to win the Tour de France, okay? Because I'm not a retard. Should I be depressed every day that I can't get my fat ass on a bike and go ride around Toulouse? No. I should understand that that's not what I'm on the planet to do. That's why half of you are depressed, because nobody tells you you're living wrong. I know comics whose grandparents were in the CIA and Skull and Bones. They're trying to do comedy. I'm like, will you get out of here and go poison someone in the Moroccan embassy and fuck models? What's wrong with you? Are you a retard? Are you stupid? This is how the country ends. The ruling class wants to take improv? Is that what John D. Rockefeller would be doing today? Be in a sketch group? Putting out YouTube videos? I mean, people have a nature. They have a nature. If you're born rich, you be rich. There's nothing to be gained from pretending to fucking be an artist. I'm not saying rich people can't be artists, by the way. Mulaney's brilliant. There's a lot of brilliant guys. Nick Kroll's brilliant, you know. And I say that because I believe that, and also because I fear his family. But because they're not fucking around. But the point is, but the point is this. Some rich people I'm middle class. Most artists, very few poor people have the luxury of making people laugh for a living. I get that. Most of us are, I've never made the argument that, we're like from the gutter. It's just not the case. But you meet some of these uber wealthy people, and there's nothing sadder than seeing a rich person fail at being a clown. It's crazy. And some of them are pretty good at it, and it's still disappointing. It's still sad. It's even worse when they can kind of do it. You're almost like, God damn it. Let me find this because this is so much fun. This is the text that my aunt sent, which basically means, she's like, I just don't want anybody to come. That's basically the text that was sent out, where she goes, I'm just really not into having anybody come. That's all. But she didn't explicitly say that, but I'll tell you this. If you got this text, you would say to yourself, oh, fuck, I should turn around. It's the craziest thing I've ever heard. And this was being sent around the family because people were just really laughing at it because, again, this is great. This is one of my favorite texts I've ever got. This was a group text sent to my family. Okay, here we go. Merry Christmas. The house is being decorated. By the way, the way this text turns is one of my favorite things ever. Again, because I watch it now like a TV show. I have no investment in it. So I watch it Ozark. The house is decorated. The table is being set. As a reminder, this is in caps now, group effort. I do not expect anyone to do everything, including myself. But I do expect, in caps again, everyone to do something. You're going to a party. Think about this. Think about getting this text on your way to a party. Think about getting this text on the way to a party. Here we go. Back to the text. Couple of helpful hints. During the day, if people could keep an eye out for empty plates, use napkins and empty cans, glasses, cups, and dispose of them, along with disposing of their own, it would be a big help. After dinner, if people could join in with clearing the table and bring their... Already, you don't go. Already, if you're sane, you do not go. After dinner, if people could join in with clearing the table and bring their own and or their kids' dishes to the kitchen, it would be helpful. We are using the good Christmas china. It needs to be rinsed. I will load it into the dishwasher. The soup bowls just need to be rinsed and set aside on the kitchen table. I will do them later. All of the good flatware will be put in a large pot with hot, soapy water. Those two will be done later on. The 9-cup and the 6-cup pots will be used for coffee. Many hands will make light work. If we all pitch in, we can all have a fun and relaxing holiday. Yeah, that's what this sounds like. A fun and relaxing holiday. Doesn't that what this sounds like? Timmy is spending the holidays with Christina's family this year. So please, if you plan on drinking wine, plan accordingly. That's my dad. He's not bringing a wine this year. So she's basically like, if you want to drink wine, you bring your own. You're not dipping into my stash, pig. She goes, if you plan on drinking wine, plan accordingly. And Tim, if I did not thank you properly on Thanksgiving, I apologize. Thank you for your generosity. He gets the wine free. Whatever. I hope you and Christina and everyone have a fantastic and very Merry Christmas. Also, depending on how mom's blood pressure is doing that day, maybe take it several times a day. I tell you this in case you want to mention it to your kids so that they don't get nervous. We are trying to titrate her meds. By the way, there are no kids. The kids are adults. You could just say it in the room. There's no little babies. There's no children that need to be told about Nanny's blood pressure. There are adults who can be like, oh, we're checking Nanny's blood pressure. We're trying to, last week the doctor introduced a new med into the mix and president, da-da-da-da-da-da. I state that here as if it is a possibility with low blood pressure. No, not with low blood pressure. So that was the whole text that was sent to the family. Okay, that was sent to the family. Okay, that was sent to the family. Everybody pitch in. Everybody help. We don't want any dirty dishes or plates. We got to keep an eye on Nan's blood pressure. Now, here's a text I get 2 hours into Christmas. 2 hours into Christmas, this is the text I get. Okay? This is fucking wild. Just keep the first text as the table setting for the second one, because everybody's concerned about, you know, the house looking nice and, you know, everything has a proper place. And we just want to make sure that everybody is, you know, everybody is okay. All right, so here's the text that I get Christmas Eve. 7:38. Aunt Kay, my mom, Aunt Carol, blowout fight. Kathleen in garage crying. Carol taking a walk around the block. Thomas is out there yelling at Kathleen. She's acting ridiculous. Jesus Christ won't even make it to dessert. I'm like, what are they fighting about? He wrote dishes. They're fighting with the dishes. It's so crazy to me. You fight about, like, after that whole long text, it's just a blowout fight. And it'll start with the dishes, and then it'll go into, like, something crazy. So this is why I just separate from it, and I just, from afar, I kind of, like, check in on it every now and then. Somebody send me a text, because it's just gone off the, and it used to go off the rails around 3 a.m., but it would be fun until then. But now it just goes off the rails an hour in. There's not even fun. It's pointless. But I feel bad. I don't really have that. Like my younger cousins, I don't see that much. I don't have a huge relationship with them, which is kind of sad. But if they get on TikTok and get a following, we could do a collab. I appreciate that. But it's just so funny to see, like, so many messages from people this year that were like, you know what? I've just really started to look at, like, my family and friends in another light. And I've said to myself, I just don't need toxic people. The reality is there's always some angle where people are like, well, you know what? You're doing it for your mother. You're doing it for your... And, you know, after a while, that's no longer true because you're like, we're just making everyone's life worse by subjecting everybody to this. It's okay. Move on. You have one life. Don't waste it with people that for whatever reason, just because you were born with people or you were friends with them for a stretch of time, doesn't mean you're indebted to them and you have to fucking spend every meaningful moment of your life with them until everybody goes insane and kills each other. It's just not what has to happen. And I think my family, I think this is probably the breaking point, unfortunately for my grandmother, who I love and adore, but I think it's the breaking point where people are genuinely like, we're kind of done now. I think people are like, we've just had enough. And I mean, you know, yeah, that's the new thing. Everybody says brain damage. Yeah, we're saying there was a girl heckling me in Fort Worth, screaming like a lunatic. And then when she was confronted, her boyfriend at the table goes, oh, I'm sorry, she has brain damage. So this is the new way that people don't have to account for their behavior, is saying that they have brain damage. I have a neurological issue. I have brain damage. Yeah, I have brain damage. Sorry, my girlfriend started screaming at the top of her lungs, calling the comedian a cunt. It's brain damage. She has a brain disorder. I was like, I think her brain's working fine. She's just a fucking lunatic. She's a problem. Speaking of people who have brain disorders, no, I want to thank Joe DeRosa for calling me a Republican in the Interrobang. I love Joe. I'm kidding. Joe's a great comedian and a friend, and I do enjoy him. He's one of those guys that comedians say is really smart, which is never a good sign. You know, when all these comedians are like, well, that guy's smart. It's like, oh boy. When clowns elect you as their you know, as the guy that's intelligent. And by the way, I'm people say that about me, and I always cringe. Joe DeRosa, it was kind of funny. They asked him who's going to be big in 2020. He's like, oh, Tim Dillon's a gay Republican. He's gonna make it. You know, Chappelle made it. He said it was all like, you know, the whole thing happened where it was everyone hates straight white men, and then Dave Chappelle came out and everyone's like, nope, it's just men. And now Tim Dillon will make it all men again, including gay men. It's like it's just all straight men, and now it'll be all men. So it was kind of funny. But then a couple of people were like, well, he said a Republican. I'm like, listen, I don't care what anyone says about me at all. Buy the ticket, buy the shirt. I really don't care anymore what you could call yourself, what you call me, what you call anybody. Call anybody whatever you want, you moron. Think they give a shit? Doesn't matter. I just had a great lunch in Manhattan Beach with Stephen Paddock. A great friend. He's a close friend of mine. He's someone that I've grown to respect in the last few months. He's a fucking patriot. I really don't care what anyone says. These definitions don't mean anything. The mainstream media has finally caught up with the fact that Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein were working for an intelligence service. Thanks, guys. Thanks for your due diligence over there. The mainstream media. I'm glad you stopped covering Lizzo's thigh for 5 minutes and you were able to kind of key in on what's probably the biggest political scandal of our time. Good job. This is obvious to everyone. I said before, anybody with a Wi-Fi connection, anybody paying the least amount of attention to anything knew this. They knew it. And they knew it with the Franklin scandal and with the King Chorus boys home in Ireland, these fucking, you know, when Lord Mountbatten, whatever his name is, these demonic, you know, people in the royal family and whatever were doing horrible things to kids and then being recorded and then having that information being used against them in blackmail. It's been going on for a very, very long time. You know? And I bet Ghislaine Maxwell right now, man, they'd really love to get rid of her. They can't really kill her right now because it would be too much. But man, they didn't expect, like, the fact that she's still around is not really working out well for anybody. The fact that she's still around and the FBI might, you know, starting to be interested in her and they're starting to investigate people like her and some Epstein's other acquaintances, maybe guys like Glenn Dubin, the billionaire hedge fund manager in New York, maybe not. I don't know that they're investigating him. I'm not saying they are, but he allegedly, you know, along with Ghislaine Maxwell, were like threatening 15-year-old girls from Sweden that they had, you know, brought to the country and everything because they didn't want to have sex. Supposedly this guy, very creepy dude that had a relationship with Epstein in New York. I don't really know what acquaintances or co-conspirators they're looking into, but, you know, that was one article that I read today. Yeah, it's like the Boston Marathon bombing. They didn't want the little one to live. Like, nobody wanted the little guy to live. And he did. Like, they were shooting into that boat to get rid of both of them. So the idea that Ghislaine is still walking around doesn't help anybody. Now, at least she's out of the public eye. She disappeared in 2016. I think she resurfaced at an event in Switzerland or Sweden. And it was like a, you know, whatever, high-end event, cocktail party, garden party, wherever the hell she was. And that was the last time she'd been seen publicly. And then, of course, there's that photo of her, you know, at In and Out with that dumb book that said The Secret Lives of Intelligence Operatives. That's the fucking book. That's the book she's holding in the thing. So the mainstream media just finally figured out that maybe they had something to do with intelligence. The woman who was holding a book that said The Secret Lives of Intelligence, as if to say, fuck you, look at me. They finally figured out. It's her version of O.J. Simpson's book, If I Did It. That was that photo of Ghislaine Maxwell holding the intelligence book. That's like the media finally getting around if they had gone to sleep on O.J. and then he wrote a book called If I Did It and they were still like, we don't understand all these conspiracies with O.J. I wonder why people are so hell-bent on saying he had something to do with it. And then eventually being like, well, we've looked at the facts and perhaps Orenthal James Simpson he does bear some responsibility. It's funny. They want her out. They want her dead. I mean, they want her dead. She's got a lot of information on a lot of powerful people. She, if you read the story like a story, which it is, she is Epstein's quote unquote, whether you want to call it handler, where she's introducing him to really wealthy and powerful people to then go blackmail. She's also probably introducing him to the contacts in these intelligence agencies, potentially the Mossad and maybe others, because her father was a Mossad agent, and Seymour Hersh wrote a book about that. Robert Maxwell was a media mogul, but had, died in a very shady way, worked for the Mossad. So this isn't a new angle here, but the media just got to it, and they're really looking to get rid of her. We're going to find out in a few years, by the way, because every news story is so insane, you can't trust anybody now. We're going to find out in a few years that Epstein was a good guy. He was like a mentally deficient guy who had no idea what was going on his island. He was just one of the groundskeepers. He thought they were literally running like a fucking summer camp on the island. He had no idea. That's what's going to come out. Yeah, Jeffrey was just, he was like a simpleton who had no idea, just used to walk around in that big Harvard sweatshirt. He's the fall guy. We're going to find that out. Find that out in a few years when the Epstein truthers come out. I had a Sandusky truther send me a book once. That's when I knew my career was heading in the right direction. When a guy who was like, you got to take another look into the Sandusky thing. The other thing, folks, is there are no conspiracies anymore. It's all out in front of you. So if you've got some far off, real, like wild take on this, you're wrong. Because this is all in the front. It's here. We know what it is. We don't know who was compromised. We don't know who, but in many cases we do even know who was on the island. So the idea of like, no, it's a whole other thing you haven't even thought of. It's not. It's not. We get it. There are no more conspiracies. 2020 is going to be the year the conspiracy died. It's just the news now. It's the news. There's never been a time in America when less has been hidden from your fat face. It's all in front of you. You can choose to believe it or not to believe it, but it's everything you thought. Doesn't mean that there aren't things they're not going to try to keep from you. I'm sure there are. But their ability to do that seems to be less and less. They just don't have the ability to keep things under wrap the way they used to. Certain things, sure. Like nobody believes the Stephen Paddock thing. Nobody knows why they don't believe it. We just don't believe it. Like, could he have gotten the shots off? Could he have? Maybe. But it's just the creepiest, shadiest thing ever. This guy, very, like no social media presence, flips out, no motive, does this whole thing. His girlfriend deletes her Facebook account an hour later, claims she had the name of the shooter hadn't been released yet, but she deletes her Facebook. She flies to the Philippines. The guy's ordering for 2 people in his room, but he stayed there alone, blah, blah, blah. Nobody believes it. Everybody just shrugs and goes, yeah, I don't know. What are we having for dinner? It's crazy. You're just expected to believe it. You're expected to believe it, and you just go, okay, sure. Yeah. And maybe it happened, but there's no real effort to get to the bottom of anything. Same thing. Those 2 kids who blew up the Boston Marathon, and FBI's like, we don't know who they are. Russian intelligence is like, yeah, you do. And then the FBI's like, yeah, you're right, we do. Yeah, you're right, we do. It's like, well, what? What the fuck is that? What do you mean you don't know? The FBI's not like a Chili's, right? Where you're like, I don't know if we have the Southwestern egg rolls tonight. I think we ran out. Oh, no, we got them. Like, there's more behind the scenes working there, right? You guys, before you come out and make public statements, you do a little fucking research into whether you knew who these people were. Yeah, we knew them. We're sorry. And then they go and interview one of the friends in a hotel room and end up killing him. The feds end up killing the friend. And you have to just go, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense that they would deny knowing who the two guys were and then admit that they knew him and then go and kill their friend in the hotel. And then nobody's heard anything about the trial because there's special administrative measures put on all the lawyers and none of the lawyers have ever been interviewed and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it all works. All makes sense. What's for dinner? And what do you... Yeah, yeah, sure. I mean, that's... So there are still things where... But we know, again, it's not conspiracies. It's just you're like, yeah, it doesn't wash. Doesn't make any sense. You do what you want to do. You want to talk about Trump and Jesus and the time machine and QAnon, whatever makes you feel better. I just go, fuck me. I don't know. I don't know. You guys do what you want to do. You talk about the black cube and Saturn and Satan and I go, yeah, all right, maybe so. You ain't doing nothing with your YouTube comments. And it's not really doing much. You know, if you make something, produce something, put something out there with evidence, with sources, and still won't matter. But at least do that. But your unsourced YouTube comments, probably not really. The idea that you figured it out is not believable to me. Because I think you might have brain damage. That's how I'm going to get away with everything now. I'm just going to go, I have brain damage. Mr. Dillon, you were wildly inappropriate. I'm sorry, I have brain damage. My brain does not work well. Unless you're not mad at me, in which case it's fine. If you're angry at me for any reason, it means my brain is malfunctioning because it's damaged. You know? It's a lot of fun, folks. You just got to enjoy it. You just got to enjoy it. And at the end of the day, you got to laugh at it. Otherwise, you'll go crazy if you don't laugh. Protect your friends and family. Try to get the justice you can get. Love to see these people behind bars. Love to see it happen. Love to see Ghislaine Maxwell behind bars for what she's done. I'm not one of these people who doesn't want to see justice or thinks it's completely impossible. I just think it's unlikely. It's different. It's not blackpilling to say it's unlikely. Could happen. Almost happened with Jeffrey. They got in there, though. And, you know, by the way, podcasting 3 years from now. And now we know that Jeffrey was just a mentally deficient groundskeeper. That all of the people who were really running the cult, they were just using this guy's name. He had no idea what was going on. I mean, can you imagine that in 4 years? We're just rehabilitating the image of Epstein. We have besmirched the name of a good man. I saw Kathy Griffin got married on Twitter. Man, she loves the spotlight, huh? She really loves the spotlight. Something interesting about her. She just, you know, she really wants not a minute of private time. She doesn't want any of that. She has no interest in that. Lily Tomlin officiated her wedding on Twitter. And you're like, listen, I post a lot of shit. I'm, you know, a public person to a degree. I don't have nearly the profile that she does. She's much more successful. But do you ever wonder about just taking a minute to yourself? I mean, I don't know. God love her. I guess maybe it was to get back at Andy Cohen and Anderson Cooper because they were doing something on New Year's Eve and she's like, fuck those guys. Which, by the way, I thought what she did was stupid with the Trump head. But I thought that those people that abandoned her sucked and fuck them. But they're corporate. I mean, you know, Cooper's a Vanderbilt who works for CNN. Andy Cohen has a network where they, you know, have shows where, you know, people kill themselves during the show. You know, the Real Housewives, people off themselves in front of their kids, and they set it to music. That's what he does. That's his cultural contribution to the world, is to film people's breakdowns, to film people's drug addiction and breakdowns, and then give them a glass of wine and go, hey, there's a loaded gun in the parlor. Cameras on. Action. You know? That's what he did. He's as responsible for Trump as anyone, by the way. Andy Cohen and Bravo are as responsible for the rise of Donald Trump as anybody, because they legitimize that stuff, that train wreck, you know, that obsession with watching a car crash in slow-mo, with watching orchestrated and doctored reality that you knew was fake but was just entertaining so you didn't care. You know, you want to start blaming people? You do a lot worse than blaming Andy Cohen for that, by the way, and those shows. Which I admit I've watched. Some of them are enjoyable. But when I look back and I can zoom out, I go, yeah, it's, you know, probably a negative thing for the kids on that show that were watching their dad kill themselves. That's probably not good. You know? I mean, so you want to start pointing the finger. You want to start, you know, you could do a lot worse than fucking Andy Cohen. But maybe that was what she was trying to do. Maybe she was trying to say, fuck you guys. I'm going to get married and take some eyeballs away from Anderson Cooper and Andy Cohen, who people got mad at because they said cock on CNN at midnight or whatever. It's like, again, if you're not mad at Trump, you can't get mad at that. Otherwise, you're like, okay, well, we just don't think gay people should be able to say anything vulgar. If that's then that's fine. But the president of the United States is making fun of Megyn Kelly's period in a debate. So if that doesn't bother you and you don't think that's bad for your kids, then I don't know why your kids are awake at midnight watching CNN either on New Year's Eve. What kind of parent are you that your kids are watching CNN at midnight with two drunk gay guys? The audience for that is number one. Is no one. I don't know why anyone's watching anything on New Year. New Year's programming should be turned on the minute before the ball and turned off the minute after New Year's. It should be a 3-minute viewing experience. No, I like the banter. I want to hear the banter. Well, then you get a friend and you speak to them. Do you see how that works? No, I like banter. Me and my girl like to watch New Year's because there's going to be a performance by Post Malone, who's great. I'm not shitting on Post Malone, but, you know, you don't need this. All these people are mad. They're like, it's the degeneracy of CNN. It's like, dude, the president of the United States is making fun of some chicks, period, on prime time during a debate, which some of them are told to watch for school. And he's, you know, or maybe he didn't say it in a debate, but he said it. It was in the news cycle. He said it right afterwards. And that's like one of the more tame things he said. Every day he fires something off. So it's like, you either are just letting it fly or not. I agree with you. Yeah, they probably shouldn't have said cock. He shouldn't say anything he says. And everybody should go back to not speaking every thought that enters their head. But that's not what we have going here, folks. We got a real free-for-all happening. We got a goddamn free-for-all going on. So you got to be somewhat consistent. Don't let your kids watch anything. I don't know what to tell you. That's what most people do with kids. They sit them in front of a TV and check in with them twice, and then they're 18. It's not the move. I see what these parents do. They give their kid an iPad and say, good luck. Good luck. I you know, mom's depressed. I can't do anything with you today. Go play on the iPad. I'm going to go sulk on the couch. I'm not denigrating people with serious mental illness, but there's millions and millions of people in this country that are literally pretending to be mentally ill. and it's bothering me. And I've always had this idea about therapy. Here's the thing with therapy, folks, and this is another hot take that will not be appreciated by everybody. Here we go. 75% of therapy. Are you ready for this? I want you to sit in your chair. Bye, Steven. Paddock's leaving. Bye-bye. All right, I'll see you. He's so funny. We try to do once a month lunch. We're both in town. 75% of all therapy is useless garbage. You're not meant to get to the bottom of it all. Life is too short. Daddy didn't love you. Maybe if he fucked you, okay, you need something. But the idea that, okay, you didn't have the perfect parents or the perfect upbringing or whatever, I'm telling you right now, plumbing the depths of it for the rest of your life is going to do nothing for you. Ignore it, compartmentalize it, put it in a lockbox, as Al Gore would say when he was running for president. He goes, we put Social Security in a lockbox. Compartmentalize. Learn how to do that. It's very helpful. You don't have to. And sometimes you should be sad. Life's about that. Maybe you're at a bar, you're alone, you have a couple of drinks. It's the right time to be sad. Then open the compartment and take out all the shit you have to be sad about and be sad. You hear a song come on in the car. Oh, it's time to be sad. Well up with tears. It's sad time. And then you get where you're going and you go, okay, we're putting it back in the compartment. Zip it up. And then we're going to go be productive and do something else. I don't think you have to figure it all out because you're not going to. You're going to have to live and let live. Therapy, by the way, let's be honest right now. How many people are useless and then halfway through the conversation you go, what are you in school for? What are you doing? They go, I'm a therapist. Let's be honest. My friend Michelle wants to be a love therapist. She's had 3 failed marriages. She wants to be a couples therapist. These are the people getting into this. I mean, think back on the last person who told you they're a therapist. I guarantee you it was somebody where you went, that person has nothing meaningful to add to anything. I'm telling you the truth. And there are a few that are good, and there are people that genuinely need therapy, need help. But there's a lot of people. There's a little bit of a hustle out there. It's a little bit of a con job going on for people with college degrees. They don't really know what to do, so they're going to sit on their ass and listen to you talk about the fact that your dad was not as supportive as he should have been. Hey, boo-hoo-hoo. Grow up. Stop thinking about it if it bothers you. Figure out a way to stop thinking about it. You have power over your own mind. Here's why therapy has become necessary, because we're telling everyone they have to get to the bottom of everything and they have to be okay with everything and everybody, which is insane. That's why that's why they make millions and millions of dollars, because we've told everybody that before you leave planet Earth, you got to be okay with everyone that's ever wronged you. And you got to make peace with everything, which isn't true. You just have to forget about it so that it doesn't fucking impact your day-to-day life. You don't have to make peace with it. In fact, in some cases, people that never make peace with it are very successful because there's a part of it that still drives them to do things. So enough with the therapy shit. Literally. Enough with this self-care stuff. I've done this before on the show. But this idea of self-care, we're a deeply selfish country of demons. The idea that any of our problems are because people in America are not thinking enough about themselves is hilarious. That is the funniest thing I've ever heard. That if you were to diagnose this country's issues, you would say there's just too many do-gooders. That's America's problem. What do you think America's problem is? Well, from what I've observed, there's just too many people looking out for each other. Really? Yeah, that's what I think their biggest issue is. And these people are tired all day from feeding and housing the homeless, and they just can't do anything for themselves. So they need self-care, which means nothing. What does it mean? Masturbating with a candle? It means nothing. Taking a bath? Everything you do all day is self-care. That $3,800 Frappuccino that you drink in your car is self-care. You're pumping yourself full of drugs. Self-care. That vacation you took, self-care. The kids you half raised because you want to watch Bravo, self-care. The reality TV you watch is self-care. Everything you do is self-care. There is no other care, by the way. Nobody's pioneered that. Nobody's thought about that yet. So therapy goes into self-care where they're like, well, I just gotta talk to someone about everything that and you realize that most of the people in therapy, by the way, let's be honest, have lived nice lives. Let's be really honest. Most of the people in therapy have lived very nice, enviable lives that any of us would have wanted to live. A lot of the people that should be in therapy because they were genuinely fucked over don't have the money to do it. It's not an option for them. And I'm not saying that all therapy is bad. I'm saying a lot of it is garbage. I said 75%. I still think I stick with that. 75% I think is garbage. Self-care. I just need some time to talk about myself and all the things that bother me. Well, you don't have to talk about them because you don't have to think about them. You can actually just put them somewhere where you can't get to them and then bring them out whenever you need them and then put them back in. That's all. That can be done. We've overdone it with the chatty Cathy. And I think we know we have. You know, I want to, and then I just think that my, like the commitment issues that like he has, but then I also shut up and do something, you privileged. I mean, the idea, what these people talk about in therapy, I don't know. I just think maybe it's a fear that I have or that maybe that he has, but I think it's just a fear that like it's just like, it was so good, it was bad. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, do you know what it is? Get a job, do something. Stop burdening yourself. Forget other people. They're making money. By the way, stop burdening yourself with these thoughts that you people are just masochists by their very nature. They want to drown themselves in negativity and negative thoughts. This is our nature as human beings to do. I don't know if it goes back to the, eating the apple and we're born of sin and whatever. I don't know where it goes, but I don't care. It may be deeper than that. But what it is it's just indulgent. And when you indulge certain thoughts and certain patterns of behavior, they become pathologies. Stop indulging this shit. Cut it off. I know that if I wanted to lose weight, I can lose weight, and I should, but it's not a therapist. I know exactly why I eat. So me paying $100 to a therapist to tell her why I eat, or him, doesn't make any sense. It makes sense for the therapist because they need to make money. There was a whole thing about 12-step programs in the patriarchy of AA, this article that was written, which, was like AA is a patriarchy. So instead of people sobering up, they can shout Yas Queen as they relapse and die. Great article. My criticism of therapy is not meant to broad brush everything. I think there is validity to certain 12-step programs. I think there is validity to some forms of therapy that people really need. But let's not pretend that we haven't blown the whole thing out of proportion. Treating mental health like some fad. And you just, a lot of the reasons you hate yourself are valid. They're valid reason. You're right. My friend once said to his father, he goes, I think I'm depressed. He goes, you're 40 years old. You have no career, no family, no money, and no woman. You should be depressed. Now, if that was therapy, I'd say go to it every day. If that was therapy. But that's not. Therapy would be like, well, why do you think that? Do you think it would be constructive for you to... But no, his father was like, you're a loser, and that's why you're sad. There's a reason you're anxious. There's a reason you're sad. There's a reason you're depressed. Most people want to go to therapy because they want to keep doing the thing that makes them anxious and depressed and somehow mitigate that. They go, I'm in a horrible relationship, but I'd like to stay in it and go to therapy to mitigate its effects on me. I'm in the wrong job, but I'd like to just stay at it and go to therapy so that they can teach me some coping mechanisms so I can continue to live the absolutely wrong way and mitigate the effects of doing so. That's what most therapy is. I'm miserable and I've made all the wrong decisions. I'd like to continue to making bad decisions, but I want to be happy now. Are we by you know who? No, right? You know who?
Oh, no.
Okay. It kind of looks like we were, though. Okay. I don't want to get it wrong. I know people are going to go nuts at me for the therapy rant, but you know what? Sometimes we just got to do it, folks. Sometimes we just got to do it. I love all these people congratulating each other for getting into therapy. Well, congrats, you're in therapy. Oh, you stop. Will you stop? A real therapist should be somebody who has to deal with my mother, where my mother says totally batshit off the wall crazy stuff. And a real therapist is like, do you have any proof that your sister is in the FBI? Like, that's what a real therapist should have to do. Not listen to you to talk about your gash for an hour. For an hour. If you really need it, you need it. But there's another type of therapy that nobody puts any credence in, and it's called forgetting. Forgetting what happened. Accept people as they are. Don't arrange the world in the way that you need it to be arranged. Enough with it. Don't think about it. You know? How long have we done here?
Another 33 we've done. So
we're at 70.
Yeah, probably like
75, 80. I will say this, folks. You know, podcasting is so funny. We wonder when, like, the podcast bubble is going to burst. I love, like, the Girls Gotta Eat podcast, which is very successful, and those girls are very funny. They went on. I was watching an interview that they did with, like, I don't know, some Windy City, Chicago. And, like, these newscasters are just starting to get, like, podcasts are just starting to get on the radar now of newscasters, like local news people, so that when these girls go in and they pack a whole theater out, they have to go and, like, you know, they do this local news stuff, and then the people at the local news desk are like, what is this podcasting? What are you doing? And it's like, those girls make more money. If you knew how much money they made, you'd blow your brains out right there at KABC Chicago. You'd blow your brains right out if those girls told you how much money they made. What is this podcasting? What's going on? A lot of people have these podcasts now. Yeah, they should just write a number on a pad and say, this is what I made last month. And then you'd see newscasters, you'd see their faces go blank for a minute. And then they would just, like, swallow hard. They would, like, gulp. And then they'd have to get on, because newscasters are basically selling their pussy in the street right now. Local newscasters. I mean, those people are like, they'd love to get trafficked to Epstein's Island. They think those girls had it good. But I just love the idea. Like, they asked very dismissively about podcast. What's this? What's this podcast everybody's doing? What do you girls make? They just turn around. They just write a number on a pad. They go, here's what we made. Here's what we made last year. And then the local news anchors just are like, oh, God. And they just take out a gun and they blow their brains out. I think that would be hilarious. I'm trying to write a sitcom about a kid who's building a TikTok empire, and he's the only one in his family who works, and he makes them do more and more demeaning shit all the time. But this is the only way that, the family can make any money. So the kid, like, forces them, like, the grandmother has cancer, but he forces her to, like, do TikToks and, like, smoke weed and everything. And, like, it's just part of trying to come up with something. I think that might be fun. Just like social media being the only way out. You have this Rust Belt family that's taking orders from this 15-year-old TikToker because he's their only shot. Kind of like that show, The Other One, on Comedy Central that failed spectacularly. Remember that? That was funny, and then they didn't know how to market it. Now it's gone. It was about the young YouTube kid, and he had the siblings that were failures in the business or whatever, were ne'er-do-wells, and he was the only one that could make it work. That's good. They're in a good place over there. They're in a good place. Cable TV, the future. Basic cable, the future. I'm trying to think if I had one channel right now, if I could own one channel, what would I want to own? Maybe Lifetime television for women, because that you can just ratchet up and get crazier. And there's going to be like an audience for it. But like a comedy channel, they're just going to go to the internet. But Lifetime's got a real specific audience of like women that wish they were beaten. That's like the women that watch Lifetime. Women that wish anyone cared enough about them to hit them. They would love the passion of a hand smacking their face. That's who watches Lifetime. So I think with that group of people watching, you could do a lot. The future's real bright if that's your crew. Because they'll take the ride with you.